Chapter 95. Long Xianli quickly stabilized her body and took out a blue pill from her storage ring. She stuffed it into her mouth and closed her eyes. She stood there for a while to store her profound spirit qi. Only then did her complexion become better. Suyin was slightly suspicious. He moved closer and sniffed. "You're poisoned? You do have some skills." Long Xianli did not deny. Suyin closed his eyes and sniffed seriously. He felt a slightly sour smell enter his nose, but it was more of a fragrance that penetrated the heart and spleen. This was not the fragrance of rouge, but more like the fragrance of a body. Seeing that he was not done sniffing, Long Xianli frowned. "What are you doing?" Suyin regained his senses. "Nothing." With that, he ignored Long Xianli and returned to the spring crystal cauldron. He took out a few pills and placed them into a bottle. He swallowed one and sat cross-legged to adjust his qi. Long Xianli saw this and suddenly thought of something. She walked a few steps and asked, "You're so knowledgeable about medicinal herbs and pills. Do you know what poison I'm suffering from?" "Oh." Suyin opened his eyes and glanced at Long Xianli. "Fairy is an elder of the Immortal Sword sect. How come you don't even know what poison you're suffering from?" "This poison is strange." "Yeah, how do you know I've been poisoned for a long time?" "I can smell it." Suyin laughed. "And you just consumed 1,000 spirit pill. Although this pill can cure hundreds of poisons, to cure the poison in your body, it will take at least 3 to 5 years. Hearing this, Long Xianli pursed her lips and sighed. "This poison was caused by my senior sister's sneak attack. She wanted to kill me and specially refined this poison. I was careless and fell into her trap." "Suyin, do you have any way to cure me?" "No." Suyin answered straightforwardly. Although he was acquainted with Long Xianli, Suyin did not want to interact too much with her. After all, he was limitless sword god. If she saw through him, he would be done for. So if he could get rid of her, it would be better to get rid of her quickly. Long Xianli heard this and frowned. "Why are you so narrow-minded? Didn't you already apologize?" "That's a different matter. You wronged me. You should apologize to me. But I have no obligation to cure you." Suyin continued to close his eyes and recuperate. Long Xianli looked at him quietly for a long time before nodding her head. Without saying anything, she turned and left. She came easily and left quickly. It was impossible for someone like her to beg bitterly. After the dilapidated house regained its peace, Suyin continued to cultivate. He was not courteous at all. Even though he shamelessly cheated the 3-body induction technique, he still openly cultivated it. It had to be said that Long Xianli was quite generous, using this secret manual to complement the male and female yin-yang dan. The strength of his physique rose in a straight line. He became more and more spirited, and his physique became more and more robust. Although he still looked slender on the outside, the strength of his muscles and bones had increased by several folds. In the following days, Chu Yang practiced martial arts at the back of the mountain, gathered materials, and refined pills. There were almost no major twists and turns. Consuming the male pill required a period of time. Otherwise, after consuming the same pill for a long period of time, the body would develop a resistance to the pill, and the absorption of the pill would be greatly reduced. The materials provided by the Su family shop were limited. It was not easy to refine high-level pills. Furthermore, it was difficult to purchase the materials required for the sprite shadow. Now that Long Xianli was in the Su family, no one in the Su family had spread the news that the 3rd elder of the Immortal Sword sect, Long Xianli, had arrived. It was clear that Long Xianli and Bai Yin Shan, one in the dark and the other in the light, were both investigating the limitless sword god. If he left the Su family at this time and went out to purchase materials, he would definitely attract Long Xianli's attention. If she investigated the materials he bought, he would not be able to explain himself. Wait a minute. If he bought it with the excuse of refining pills, maybe he could hide it. Time was tight. He had to seize every second. While cultivating, he had to prepare. The daily routine of 3 points and 1 line continued. Green smoke floated out from the stained chimney above the broken house. Suyin activated the array while sticking his nose out to sniff the fragrance coming from the pill furnace. A moment later, the formation stopped activating. He stood up happily and opened the cauldron. A burst of purple light appeared. Then, two glossy and fragrant beads appeared in Su-Yun's eyes. They laid quietly in the furnace. They were translucent and bright, just like two purple pearls. The quality is not bad. Su-Yun pinched it and looked at it carefully. Although it was not as perfect as before, but based on the conditions of refining pills, it was still not bad. Oh, what pill is this? The smell is so charming. A light and elegant voice sounded out from behind Su-Yun. Su-Yun was startled. He turned to look, only to see that Long Xian Li had quietly appeared behind him. Can't you knock on the door before coming in? Su-Yun said helplessly. Why do I have to knock? The door is not closed. Long Xian Li said blandly. I've been defeated by you. Su-Yun shook his head. He turned around and placed the two purple pills on the table. Then, he took out the spirit pen he bought from the shop. He activated the profound spirit chi in his body to cover the tip of the pen. Then, he slowly wrote something on the table. The profound spirit chi on the tip of the pen began to disperse as he wrote. What is this for? Long Xian Li's beautiful eyes flashed a trace of doubt. Hold the array. Su-Yun simply spat out two words. Hold the array? Yes. Hold the array. A small array that can increase the absorption of the pill, similar to the 9-leaf spirit grass. But the effect is much worse than the 9-leaf spirit grass. Su-Yun said as he continued to draw. Oh, Long Xian Li replied indifferently. Then, she silently stood to the side and watched. After about the time it takes to burn 2 jaw sticks, the array was completed. Su-Yun casually extended his finger and pointed at the eye of the array. The small array immediately released rays of light and converged into a round luster. The rays of light, with the 2 purple pills as the center, slowly moved closer. Soon, the purple pills were surrounded and finally integrated into the purple pills. Seeing this, Su-Yun immediately removed the array. He picked up the pills and carefully looked at them. Since holding the array can increase the absorption of the pill, why didn't you set up the array for the pills you took before? Long Xian Li asked again. Not every pill needs to increase the absorption of the pill. Su-Yun looked at the purple pills and said, some simple pills are easy to absorb, so they don't need to hold the array. Like the empty spirit pill in my hand, it has a complex structure. The pill essence inside is abnormally dense. It is hard for the human body to break it down, so it needs to be loosened by holding the array. Do you understand? Long Xian Li did not say anything. After observing for a moment, Su-Yun handed a pill over to Long Xian Li and said, try it. The pill essence in this pill has already loosened, so it's very easy to absorb. Long Xian Li frowned. What pill is this? Didn't I say it already? It's called the empty spirit pill. As for the effects, you will know after you eat it. Su-Yun laughed, but his eyes flashed with a strange light. If Long Xian Li did not dare to eat it, then it proved that she was still suspicious of him. If she dared to eat it, then it proved that she no longer doubted him. It all depended on whether she took the pill or not. Su-Yun's heart became solemn. But not waiting for Su-Yun to think, a white and soft hand reached over and took the purple pill. Su-Yun was startled, but he saw Long Xian Li stare at the pill for a while, then opened her lips and swallowed it. That seductive posture really made people unable to control themselves. Aren't you afraid that it's poison? Su-Yun came back to his senses and asked curiously. Although you're full of nonsense and do not treat people sincerely, I feel that you are a good person. Long Xian Li slightly closed her eyes and said, treating people with no sincerity and a mouth full of nonsense. How could he be a good person? Su-Yun expressed that his thoughts could not keep up with this woman's rhythm. Also, I can smell the chi in this pill. It is made from winter heart fish, chrysanthemum grass, moonlight stone powder, and some other ordinary materials. It is not poisonous, so it is not poisonous. Oh, Su-Yun suddenly realized this was probably the main point. He did not say anything more and swallowed the other empty spirit pill. Then he sat down cross-legged and began to absorb the pill. Long Xian Li did not need it. Her cultivation was very high. Although the empty spirit pill was of a higher grade to Su-Yun and was not easy to absorb, Long Xian Li could break it down in minutes. At this time, Long Xian Li's face was startled. Then she quickly sat down cross-legged and began to recuperate. After a few breaths, she opened her eyes and said in surprise, "This pill actually has a healing effect on the poison in my body?" The effect is not big. At most, it can stabilize the injuries in your body and let you eat less of the thousand-spirit pill. Suyin closed his eyes and said lightly. Long Xian Li was silent. After an unknown amount of time, the sun gradually set and Su Yun opened his eyes. He stretched his body, and his bones suddenly made a burst of crackling sound. Cool, Su Yun moaned without any moral integrity. When he opened his eyes, the fairy-like person was still standing in front of him. Why haven't you left yet? Su Yun did not understand. I'm just curious. Long Xian Li bit her lower lip. Curious about what? For a person like you, if you go to any power, you will definitely be an existence that soars to the sky. Even if your cultivation is not strong, just based on your understanding of pills and arrays, it is enough for you to be rich and have no worries about food or clothing. Why? Why do you want to stay in the outer sect of the Su family? The surroundings were empty. The four walls of the house were bare, and the wooden windows had holes in them. It was truly shabby. After Su Yun heard this, his face revealed a trace of a bitter smile. I have thought of leaving. Then why don't you leave? The time is not right yet. The time is not right yet. Long Xian Li did not understand. There is a person trapped in prison. I must bring her away. If I do not bring her along, even if I leave by myself, it will be meaningless. Is it Su Qing'er? Long Xian Li suddenly said. Su Yun looked at her and nodded. Su Yun and Su Qing'er's relationship could be easily found out by casually inquiring about it in the outer sect. These few days in the Su family, I have heard a lot about your past. Why is it that what I have heard and what I have seen are completely different? You are such a strange person. How can I believe what I have heard? Most of it is just a rumor. Su Yun said and stood up to clean the pill furnace. That's true. Long Xian Li nodded and did not say anything more. The moonlight shone down like frost from above. Su Yun scooped out the dregs from the pill furnace. When he turned to look, Long Xian Li had already left. She did not make a sound. She was really mysterious. Chapter 96. These few days, it was a routine to wake up. Usually, when evening approached, Long Xian Li would silently appear in the small broken hut and talk to Su Yun about the medicine and medicine. Of course, as an expert, Su Yun would also ask about the cultivation of the profound spirit cultivator, and Long Xian Li would answer all of his questions. In his previous life, Su Yun was unable to cultivate due to his lack of talent. Therefore, he learned a lot of unorthodox things. For cultivation, he had to rely on himself. Although he had the support of the everlasting stone, there was no one to guide him. Long Xian Li's guidance really opened his eyes. However, the relationship between the two of them had an inexplicable flavor to it. Once night fell, Long Xian Li would leave without a sound. Su Yun knew that she was most likely investigating Limitless Sword God. Although that day, he felt that Long Xian Li was no longer suspicious of him, there was still one thing that worried him. That was Qing'er. That day, when he used the identity of Limitless Sword God to save Qing'er from the Purple Star Academy, there were many people around. Although many people did not see the scene clearly due to the chaos, the Su family members who were saved saw it clearly. Qing'er only cared about him in the Su family. If Long Xian Li made a move on Qing'er, it would make her suspicious. Forget it. As long as he did not admit it, he would hide the everlasting stone and the heavenly crystal. Su Yun sighed and thought. Although Long Xian Li could guide him in his cultivation, there were many things that were inconvenient with her around. After all, he was Limitless Sword God. It would not be good if he exposed himself. However, Long Xian Li seemed to be very interested in medicinal pills, so it was not convenient to expel her. In terms of strength, she could kill him with one hand. Even if he used the heavenly crystal, it would still be difficult to win against her. Su Yun's cultivation increased day by day with the help of medicinal pills. If he wanted to break through to the 6th stage, it would be very easy. The sun was setting. Kacha! A slight sound rang out in front of the broken hut. Su Yun, who was buried in front of the table, was holding a spirit pen and writing quickly. What are you doing? Long Xian Li's beautiful eyes turned and curiously looked at the paper on the table, writing a purchase list. Su Yin raised his head and thought for a while with the spirit pen under his chin. Then, he wrote 2 strokes on the paper. Success. He threw away the spirit pen and picked up the spirit paper. Purchase list. Long Xianli extended her fair and tender hand and said indifferently, "Is it about the materials? Let me take a look. You won't understand. Is there anything in this world that this deity cannot understand?" Long Xianli snorted. Su Yun's shifty eyes glanced at her and handed over the list. Long Xianli pinched her jade-like fingers and lightly swung it. She then placed it in front of her eyes. In the next moment, her beautiful eyebrows knitted together. After a long while, Long Xianli opened her mouth and said helplessly, "What are these things?" "Materials." Su Yin laughed. "I plan to concoct a pill that you have never seen or heard of before, but I'm still lacking a lot of ingredients. These are the ingredients that the Su family's town doesn't have, so I have to go out and buy them." "Then why are you listing them?" Long Xianli did not understand. "Because alchemy requires a lot of tedious preparation work, I don't have time to leave the Su family, so I want you to do it for me." Hearing this, Long Xianli's fair complexion suddenly sunk. "How dare you? You dare to order me around?" Although she had been discussing pills and cultivation with Su Yun for many days, the relationship between the two was subtle, but this could not change anything. Long Xianli was still the 3rd elder of the Immortal Sword sect. Her status was illustrious. How could Su Yun compare to her? "Oh, so here you are, still maintaining your identity as the 3rd elder of the Immortal Sword sect?" Su Yun asked curiously. Long Xianli did not say anything. After a moment, the anger on her face disappeared. She did not make a sound. She coldly snorted and turned to leave. Today, she left early. Su Yun did not know if she was angered by Su Yun, but he did not care. He did what he had to do. The tranquil days were somewhat throbbing. These few days, Long Xianli did not come, which made Su Yun feel a little lonely. Xianyu and Xingyang were in the inner sect. They were usually busy with tasks, so there was no one to talk to. However, this tranquility was quickly broken. An uproar of news spread to Su Yun's ears. Su Qing'er and Bai Yin Shan wanted to fight for 7 months. 7 months later, all the regions in the southern continent would hold a grand event. This event was held once every 3 years. All the sects and forces would gather. It was called the Meeting of Heroes. Su Qing'er strongly requested a fight with Bai Yin Shan, but was rejected by Bai Yin Shan. Su Qing'er was not willing to give up. She forcefully made a move to force Bai Yin Shan to submit. But in the end, she was stopped by the patriarch, Su Lixiong. Because of this, Su Qing'er was sentenced to confinement. After hearing the news, Su Yun's heart was filled with suspicion. Su Qing'er had always been steady. Why was she so impulsive this time? He was worried that something might happen. He did not care much and rushed to the main house of the Su family. Su Yun was not unfamiliar with the main house. He contacted Xianyu and Xingyang. With their help, he carefully snuck into the main house. Inside the tranquil little garden, 2 maids with swords stood at the entrance of the little garden. In the middle of the night, Su Yun glanced at the maid at the entrance of the little garden. He looked at the surroundings. Seeing that the security of the little garden was not strict, he directly climbed over the wall and entered. Su Qing'er's character was gentle. For Su Yun, she listened to everything the main house said. Su Lixiong did not think that Su Qing'er would escape confinement, so he did not send any strict guards to guard her. Su Yun carefully entered the little garden and walked into the house. "Kacha!" The door was gently pushed open. "Who is it?" A loud voice sounded out. Then, a clanging sound could be heard. A sword was unsheathed. "Qing'er, it's me." Su Yun directly entered and called out. In the dark house, Su Qing'er, who was wearing a Blade Master outfit and holding a sword, was stunned. Seeing Su Yun walk in, she was startled. Young master, why are you here?" "I heard that you were sentenced to confinement by the patriarch, so I rushed over," Su Yun said. Hearing this, Qing'er's heart suddenly felt warm. She did not know why, but ever since the young master was seriously injured by the intersect people, his temperament had changed. Not only did he not cause trouble, but he also knew how to care for others. Was it the spirit of the master and the madam in heaven? Qing'er thought silently. Xian'er smiled. Young master, I'm fine. Seeing that the young lady's face was like a flower and nothing happened to her, Su Yun was finally relieved. Qing'er, your temperament has always been steady. Why are you so impulsive this time? Why did you go and provoke Bai Yinshan? Why? Su Yun asked. Qing'er sighed. Young master, Qing'er was forced to do so. Forced to do so? What do you mean? Bai Yinshan represented the immortal sword sect to visit our Su family. Her goal was to investigate the limitless sword god. They heard that the limitless sword god saved our Su family alone, and thought that the limitless sword god is related to our Su family. That's why there was this disturbance. Bai Yinshan did not say anything, but the other people from the immortal sword sect kept asking me about the limitless sword god, and kept monitoring me. Because of this, I had to find Bai Yinshan for a duel to make the patriarch angry and put me in confinement. That way, I could have some peace. That's it, Su Yun asked. Qing'er shook her head. To young master, Qing'er does not dare to hide anything. Peace is just one aspect. The other aspect is that the limitless sword god saved my life. No matter what, Qing'er will not betray him. Furthermore, Bai Yinshan broke off the engagement with young master. This is a humiliation to young master, and it will be hard for young master to stand in the Su family. If Bai Yinshan does not accept it, then so be it. But if Bai Yinshan accepts the duel with me, Qing'er will definitely seek justice for young master. Hearing that, Su Yun was extremely moved. In terms of cunning, he could not compare to Qing'er. Regardless of the outcome of the duel, it was what she wanted to see. But Bai Yinshan refused to duel with me. Qing'er sighed and said, "This girl is proud and arrogant. She never cares about people who are weaker than her. Facing my challenge, she did not even bother about it. I'm afraid that in her eyes, I am not qualified." It seemed that Qing'er wanted to stand up for Su Yun, and not for peace and quiet. Su Yun smiled indifferently. Don't care about her. Her arrogance is her own business. You have to be careful in the main house. You have to be careful when you do things. Be careful step by step, and be careful. Qing'er heard and was stunned. Young master, didn't I say these words to you on a daily basis? Is that so? Maybe I've heard too much. Su Yun smiled awkwardly. In the past, when Su Yun was causing trouble in the intersect, Qing'er often said these words. Qing'er did not say anything. A pair of bright eyes carefully looked at Su Yun. After a long time, she sighed. Young master, I don't know why, but Qing'er feels that you are not like the young master I knew in the past. Did something happen? Su Yun was stunned. Qing'er was very sensitive. After he woke up, his temperament was very different from before. How could she not sense it? However, if he told her about his rebirth, she would not be able to accept it in a short period of time. It would be better to wait until he escaped from the Su family, and then tell her everything. Qing'er, let's talk about it later. I will take you away from the Su family. Su Yun took a deep breath and said, Take me away from the Su family? Qing'er shook her head. Young master, why do you think so? Let's not talk about why we have to leave the Su family. Just based on the Su family's strength and influence is not something we can imagine. If we leave without permission, we will be killed. There is no possibility of survival. Su Yun did not say anything. He just showed a relieved smile. As long as you are safe, I will take care of everything. With that, Su Yun immediately got up and left the small garden. Looking at the back of the young master, Qing'er was slightly stunned. Young master, what happened? It was already midnight when he returned to the outer sect. Su Yun did not have anything on his mind, so he did not rest and directly sat cross-legged to practice. Long Xian Li most likely would not come at night, so he could also practice the limitless sword arts. A rapidly flying sword collided randomly in the night sky, its sharp aura like a knife tearing apart everything it touched. Wherever it went, nothing could stop it. When the sky turned white, Su Yun left the back of the mountain, gasping for breath. Once he returned to the hut, he meditated. But not long after, he heard a thud, and the sound of light footsteps rang out in his ears. Suyin opened his eyes and looked to the side. He saw Long Xianli panting lightly. Her pretty face was overflowing with sweat, and she was standing beside him. A fragrant scent entered his nose. That scent penetrated the heart and lungs. It was intoxicating. What happened to you? Looking at Long Xianli's appearance, Su Yun could not help but laugh. Fairy's cultivation is so high. Why do you look like you just went through a big battle? Are you tired? Long Xianli did not say anything. She took a deep breath and glanced at him. Then, she took out a bunch of things from her storage ring and placed them on the table. Su Yun looked and was immediately stunned. Chapter 97. There was a dazzling array of items on the table. There were dozens of them. There were bright gems that emitted a strong qi and all kinds of sparkling silk threads. These things were all materials on the list that Su Yun had previously listed. You want to buy these things for me? Su Yun turned and asked in surprise. I'm quite interested in the pill you're talking about, so I'll buy it for you. Take these ingredients and allow me to watch from the side when you're refining the pill. Long Xianli said lightly. If Fairy wants to watch, then of course it's allowed. Su Yun laughed. I never thought that Fairy would actually travel thousands of miles to collect materials for me. Thank you. Don't thank me. Thousands of miles in my eyes is just a matter of a moment. I just met some thieves on the way and used up some of my strength. Long Xianli said lightly. Fairy is almighty. I admire you. Su Yun laughed. His heart was happy. Previously, he was worried about these materials. He did not expect Long Xianli to give him an unexpected surprise. In such a short period of time, she was able to gather all the materials. It had to be said that Long Xianli had some ability. If it was Su Yun, it would have taken at least a month. But then again, are these things really used to refine pills? Long Xianli suddenly said, I see that there are 5 silk, golden jade leaves, and other things. These things have never been used to refine pills before. It seems like they are used to set up arrays. When Su Yun heard this, he jumped a little and laughed. You just haven't seen them used to refine pills. It doesn't mean that they can't be used to refine pills. Not to mention, these things are not all used to refine pills. Most of them are supplementary materials for refining pills. Is that so? Long Xianli nodded and felt that it was reasonable. She had doubts before, but thinking that Su Yun's attainments in pills were very high and the pills he refined were also very strange and dazzling, she suppressed her doubts in her heart. At this time, Long Xianli's cheeks turned pale. Her chest rose and fell slightly. Her eyes flashed with a trace of pain. Her body swayed, and she almost lost her footing. When she looked again, her pink lips were overflowing with dark red blood. What happened to you? Su Yun was surprised and asked quickly. It's no big deal. Long Xianli took a deep breath and took out the 1,000 spirits pill from her storage ring, preparing to swallow it. But before the pill entered his mouth, it was taken away by Su Yun. Su Yun, what are you doing? Long Xianli did not understand. Su Yun shook his head. Although this 1,000 poison pill can cure hundreds of poisons, it is actually using poison to fight poison. If you use it for a long period of time, it will combine the poison in your body, but it will leave a poison root in your body. In the future, when it explodes, the consequences will be severe. You cannot use it anymore. Long Xianli's long eyelashes trembled as a trace of astonishment flashed past her eyes. Su Yun casually threw away the 1,000 poison pill and said, Where are you injured? Can I have a look? I wasn't injured when I killed those rascals earlier. I'm talking about where you were poisoned. Su Yun said, Originally, the emptiness spirit pill that I gave you before was able to suppress the poison in your body, but you continuously used your qi, causing the poison to flare up, which is why it is like this. If you do not treat the poison in your body as soon as possible, it will definitely affect your cultivation in the future. Long Xianli heard this, and her face congealed. After a long time, she sighed heavily. I never thought that senior sister would hate me to the bone. You actually used such a rare poison to deal with me. Even though the immortal sword sect has been passed down for thousands of years, it is still useless against this poison. It seems like I have to seek help from the almighty Blossom Heart Valley. Almighty Blossom Heart Valley? Su Yun's eyes widened, then he laughed. There are not many almighty Blossom Heart Valley, but there is one standing in front of you. You know how to refine pills, but you also know how to cure poison? How can a person who knows how to refine pills not know how to cure poison? That is nothing. Su Yun laughed. You've worked hard to help me buy these ingredients, so I'll help you take a look. That way, we don't owe each other anything. Su Yun did not like to owe others anything. Putting aside the matter of limitless sword god, Long Xianli treated him with utmost sincerity and did not lie. Limitless sword god's matters were all caused by things. Their standpoints were different and could not be compared. In this period of time, her guidance on his cultivation was extremely important. Su Yun felt that he was not far from the sixth stage of the spirit intermediate disciple realm. Furthermore, Long Xianli had been rushing to buy ingredients, which caused the suppressed poison to erupt again. It was all caused by him, so he felt somewhat guilty. Su Yun's words caused Long Xianli's eyes to darken. You really want to cut off all relations with me? Hearing this, Su Yun was a little lost in thought. Did this sound like the words that the gentle and elegant fairy would say? Long Xianli seemed to sense something was wrong. Her cheeks flushed red, and she took a deep breath. Her expression became indifferent again. The speed at which her face changed was rather fast. Su Yun was already used to it. He laughed. I'm not cutting off all relations. We're just helping each other. These ingredients are very important to me. Since you helped me so quickly, I naturally want to repay you. We can be considered friends, right? Friends? Long Xianli thought for a while and nodded. Then were you injured? Let me take a look. Even someone of your cultivation level could not withstand it. This shows how powerful this poison is. It cannot be delayed. Su Yun said seriously. Hearing this, Long Xianli suddenly became silent and did not say a word. Su Yun was slightly suspicious and said, Fairy? Xianli, what's wrong? Where are you injured? Let me take a look. There are differences between men and women. If you have such intentions, Xianli understands. This matter, let's just forget about it. Long Xianli hesitated for a while, then opened her cherry lips and said, Then if you don't treat it, what should I do? Let it be. In the future, I'll go to Blossom Heart Valley to find some prescriptions. I understand Blossom Heart Valley very well. Your cultivation level is high. To tell you the truth, other than the few elders, the Valley Master, and the Pill King, no one else can cure your poison. Other than the Valley Master, they're all men. It's not convenient for you to find them, right? Seems like the fairy's injury is rather obscure. Why not let those old men take advantage of me? Su Yun thought. If Long Xianli knew of his dirty thoughts, he did not know if she would stab him to death with her sword. But to say that he was despicable, it was just a side effect. Su Yun still wanted to repay Long Xianli for buying ingredients for him. Long Xianli was still hesitating. Su Yun laughed and did not force her. He said, Xianli, this matter depends on you. Sickness does not fear treatment. Doctors do not avoid taboo. Think about it yourself. With that, he began to arrange the ingredients on the table. Long Xianli stood by the side. After a long silence, a sweet voice came out. Su Yun, maybe I am too rigid, she said softly. Su Yun looked up at her. He saw Long Xianli gritting her teeth, as if she had made a decision. Senior sister, this poison is really powerful. I pursue the pinnacle of the sword Tao. With this poison in my body, it will only be detrimental to my cultivation. Since you have a way, then please help me treat it. Her voice was resolute, as if she had made a difficult decision. Seeing that, Su Yun laughed. If you take the 1,000 poison pill, you can use poison to fight poison. As for this poison, it will work. I will think of a way in the future. As for the side effects of 1,000 poison pill, if you are worried about the relationship between a man and a woman, it is better not to let me treat you. But the 1,000 poison pill is slow. You may have to suffer a bit. No need. Long Xianli breathed out the fragrance and said, Let's do it like this. Su Yun, you do it. It seemed like she had made up her mind. Su Yun nodded. He did not refuse and walked over. He saw Long Xianli walking to the side of the old bed. Suddenly, she extended her jade hands and pinched the gauze like thin clothes. Then she pulled it down. The gauze that was as thin as a cicada's wing slid down the delicate white skin. That perfect collarbone and the smooth lines immediately entered Su Yun's eyes. She was as beautiful as jade. delicate and elegant. She was like a masterpiece of the heavens. A little more would be too much, and a little less would be too little. In addition, she was noble and pure. She had an inviolable temperament. She was like a freshwater character. It greatly stimulated a man's desire to conquer. If he could obtain such a companion for dual cultivation, then no matter how bitter the path of spirit cultivation was, it would be sweet. Su Yun's eyes stared straight. His mind was in pain. He felt that the only thing that could be compared to this woman was Qian Mei's bewitching technique. The pure white gauze was still slipping down. Su Yun felt that his mind was trembling even more. Could it be that injury? The gauze fell to the right side of Long Xianli's chest. It stopped, revealing a small portion of her perky breasts. It was pure white and exquisite. Anyone who saw it would feel like their soul was about to leave their body. The woman pretended to be indifferent. However, her cheeks were already pink. Her eyes flashed with a trace of panic. At times, a trace of complexity flashed past. It was hard to understand her current thoughts. However, the only thing that was eye-catching was that on the right side of her chest, below her shoulder blade, a slender sword scar appeared in Su Yun's eyes. The sword scar was a little black. Although it had stopped bleeding, it was like a black footprint in the snow. It was extremely glaring. Why don't you take a look at this poison? What poison is it? Long Xianli's slightly trembling voice came out. Okay. Su Yun secretly swallowed a mouthful of saliva. His throat was dry. He felt that his entire person was not normal. He pinched the flesh on his body to wake himself up. What's wrong with me? Why is my mind so unstable? Long Xianli trusts me. That's why. If I still have such evil thoughts, how can I live up to her trust in me? Furthermore, Qing Er is still being bullied in the main house. How can I think about this kind of thing? Su Yun fiercely swallowed a breath. The fire in his eyes gradually faded, and he regained his clarity. Long Xianli quietly looked at him. Seeing that he had regained his calmness so quickly, the shyness in her heart also disappeared. She could not help but look at Su Yun in a new light. Does it hurt here? Su Yun extended his hand and touched the wound. Long Xianli's delicate body trembled. Her pure white neck was suffused with a burst of red. She gently shook her head and breathed. It doesn't hurt. It's just that it's a little numb. Numb? Su Yun frowned. He thought for a while. Suddenly, he stretched his head over. Getting close to the wound, he sniffed. This person's head was very close to her soft breasts. The fragrance of her body almost surrounded him. This feeling of intimacy was simply embarrassing. What are you doing? Long Xianli was startled. Her beautiful face turned white. Her hand trembled. A slender snow-white sword appeared. She was about to stab Su Yun. Su Yun was startled. He could not react at all. Chapter 98. Whoosh! The snow-white sword pierced towards Su Yun's head like lightning. Its speed was unbelievably fast. With Long Xianli's cultivation level suddenly making a move, with Su Yun's current cultivation level, it was impossible for him to react. Just that, when the sword was about to reach Su Yun's head, it suddenly changed its trajectory and pierced towards the side of the table. The table was immediately shattered by the sword's aura. Su Yun's heart jumped, and his face changed. What are you doing? I should be the one saying that. Long Xianli's cheeks were red, and she said angrily, You lecher! How dare you disrespect me like this? Fuck! Su Yun could not help but curse. You are a patient, and I am a spirit doctor. Now that you are poisoned, I have to analyze the components of the poison in your body before I can refine an antidote for you. Do you expect me to use my eyes to identify the poison? When Long Xianli heard this, her anger subsided and her expression turned cold. Is there no other way? Although I know a little about acupuncture, it is extremely difficult to prepare a good set of silver needles. I am afraid that once the ordinary silver needles enter your skin, they will be broken by the spirit qi covering the surface of your skin. Therefore, acupuncture is useless. Other than that, there is no other way. Oh, there is one more. Su Yun suddenly said. What method? This. Su Yun hesitated for a moment. You should not agree. When Long Xianli heard this, she indifferently said, Tell me. Su Yun suddenly opened his mouth and revealed his fat tongue. He then said, If I lick it, I can also analyze the components. This appearance and this action, it was really shameless and vulgar. I will kill you, you lecher. Long Xianli was so angry that her chest violently rose and fell. She stood up and pulled out her sword. Suddenly, the cicada's thin gauze that was hanging on her body slid down her delicate and smooth skin, revealing a goose-yellow underwear with a picture of a mandarin duck playing in the water. Her perky breasts pushed the underwear up high, revealing two light, protruding peaks. Su Yun was stunned. Long Xianli was also stunned. Who would have thought that Long Xianli, such an elegant person, who was like a fairy, would actually wear an undergarment with a picture of a mandarin duck playing in the water? That. Su Yun opened his mouth dryly and felt his lower abdomen heat up. There was a direct reaction from his lower abdomen. The effect of eating the male and female yin-yang pills made that part of his body feel like an iron pillar. If he still didn't have any reaction at this time, it wouldn't be a problem with his mind, but a problem with his man. Long Xianli quickly regained her senses. She anxiously hugged her chest and pulled up her clothes. Her face was cold, and she bit her lips. Her beautiful eyes were filled with tears. "Have you seen enough?" A voice that was as cold as a knife rang out. "No, it was an accident." Su Yin coughed. Long Xianli did not say anything. Her cheeks flushed red, but the sparkles in her eyes increased. To be able to make a strong martial artist like her feel wronged, Su Yin suddenly felt proud. However, this woman's methods were too strong, and he couldn't go too far. Otherwise, if she couldn't control herself and killed him, it would really be a loss. Su Yin took a deep breath and walked over. "What are you doing?" "Let go." Long Xianli hesitated for a moment, then moved her trembling hands away. Su Yin moved his head over and sniffed the wound. Then, he turned around and walked towards the spring crystal furnace. Finished? Long Xianli asked in shock. "You want me to lick it? Don't even think about it. Lowly person. Che, even if you're willing, I'm not. You think you're so popular. Everyone wants a bite? What if you haven't bathed for a few days and your body is covered in sweat?" Su Yin said as he rummaged through the ingredients in his storage ring. Long Xianli felt that her lungs were about to explode. Her hand that was holding onto the sword trembled uncontrollably. The temperament that she had cultivated for so many years was shattered by this shameless person. She gritted her teeth and snorted. The door of the broken house suddenly opened and a white light flew out. She disappeared into the horizon. "Just like that? Didn't you say you wanted to watch me concoct pills?" Su Yin looked outside and shouted a few words, but no one responded. Long Xianli's poison could not be said to be complicated. It could only be said to be exquisite, because the process of releasing the poison was coordinated with profound spirit qi. This was a type of qi poison. It was not like ordinary liquid poisons or material poisons. This poison could disguise itself as profound spirit qi, and when it was released, it could not be detected by others. The most powerful point of this poison was that it could easily permeate through all profound spirit qi. The pharmacology of this poison was extremely broad, just like how water could permeate through sand. Although Long Xianli's cultivation was strong, her true qi could not protect her body from this poison. The person who created this poison must have a high cultivation level. After mixing the ingredients, Su Yin placed everything aside. He took the things that Long Xianli had bought and began to prepare. There were many ingredients. Other than some quality ingredients that could be bought from the market, there were a bunch of rare ingredients. These rare ingredients were at least in the upper level of the spirit grade. Even if one had money, they might not be able to buy them. The reason why it took a month was because most of the time was spent on these rare ingredients. But he did not expect Long Xianli to get all of them. He did not know where she got them from. Could it be that she used the name of the Immortal Sword sect to borrow them? Blood imbibing pen, bone rolling rope, flying sky, moon mirror, star pearl, 9 luo jade heart needle. These things were strange and dazzling. They did not look like ingredients at all. They looked more like tools. In fact, these were tools to set up arrays. They had nothing to do with concocting pills. Su Yun felt guilty towards Long Xianli. These things were all used to obtain the sprite's shadow and not to concoct pills. If she told him, it would not be good. Suyin opened up the gigantic Flying Sky Moon Mirror. Flying Sky Moon Mirror was like a thin piece of papyrus. However, it was crystal jade in color. This Flying Sky Moon Mirror was 5 feet long and 5 feet wide. It was carved out by an expert from a rare sun-moon turquoise that had absorbed the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Flying Sky Moon Mirror could be said to be something that could not be bought with money. To obtain this item, one could only go to the Sky Sun auction and wait for news. After placing the Flying Sky Moon Mirror on the ground, Suyin picked up the blood-imbibing pen and started to draw carefully on the Flying Sky Moon Mirror. Images of demons appeared on the Flying Sky Moon Mirror. 100 Demon Exterminating God Array. It was an array that was as famous as the Sky Demon Array, 100 Demon Killing God. It was created by the ancestors of the Devil Sect. On top of it, there were 100 portraits of demons that had killed gods and slaughtered immortals in the demonic continent. They were arranged and distributed. This array was full of evil chi and was abnormally overbearing. It was not easy to set up this array. Although Su Yun occasionally practiced this array, he only had a 60% chance of completing it. This was because if there was a mistake in the array, it would completely fail. Furthermore, the process of creating the array was extremely complicated and could not be disturbed. After the images were drawn, he had to use the star pearl to set up the array core. After confirming the array core, he used the 9 luo jade heart needle to prick his finger and drip fresh blood. Every day, he would drip fresh blood into the array core and imbue it with profound spirit chi. This would continue for 49 days before the array core would be formed. The array core had to be left empty. Otherwise, once the array was completed, it would automatically activate. At that time, the evil chi would soar to the sky. Not to mention the outer sect of the Su family. Even the inner sect and the main sect would be able to sense it. After he was done, he used the bone roll rope to tie the Flying Sky Moon Mirror with the 100 Ghost-Killing God array drawn on it. The bone roll rope could stabilize the array within the mirror and temporarily seal its energy so that it would not suffer any damage. The Flying Sky Moon Mirror could grant all the requirements of the array. When the two items were used together, it was equivalent to a large mobile array, a huge scroll. Of course, after arranging all the materials, Su Yin was still stuck at the stage of dripping blood to create the array core. It was difficult to complete in a short period of time. He did not dare to choose to do it during the day. If Long Xianli saw him, it would be hard to explain. Every time, he would start at night. These few days, Long Xianli did not come. He did not know what happened. Just yesterday, Bai Yin Shan brought the people of the Immortal Sword sect and left with great fanfare. It seemed that she did not gain anything. Su Yin thought about it. He looked at the small blue bottle that was placed on the newly bought table and gently shook his head. You don't come in contact with the outer sect all day. At this moment, the familiar and elegant voice rang in his ears like a wind chime. Su Yin turned his head, only to see the beautiful figure standing there silently. You're finally here. Su Yin laughed. I'm here to say goodbye. Long Xianli tilted her head and said softly, Goodbye. Yes, we're going back to the Immortal Sword sect. That's true. You've been here for a while. Is there no clue from Limitless Sword sect? Nothing. Maybe we'll go to the Purple Star Academy to look for clues. Oh. Su Yin did not say anything. Long Xianli looked at him with her beautiful eyes. Her eyes flashed a trace of hesitation. Finally, she opened her mouth. Su Yin, are you willing to return to the Immortal Sword sect with me? What? Su Yin was shocked. He looked at the woman in disbelief. When did Long Xianli become so open? She probably felt that her words were ambiguous. Long Xianli's cheeks turned red. She took a deep breath and calmed herself down. Then, she said, Don't misunderstand. I just don't want to bury a talent. You have high attainments in arrays and pills, but you're stuck in the outer sect of the Su family. It's a pity. If you're willing to work for the Immortal Sword sect, I can help you take Qing Air away. The two of you can enter the Immortal Sword sect together. With the protection of the Immortal Sword sect, I believe the Su family will not fall out with the Immortal Sword sect because of the two of you. A powerful alchemist was extremely important to any sect or force. The reason why Blossom Heart Valley was not strong, but no one dared to provoke them, was because they had a valley alchemist. Looking at Su Yun's understanding of pills, it seemed to be comparable to the Pill King and the others. It was even more important. So that was what Long Xianli was thinking. Su Yun heaved a sigh of relief. His heart was moved, but he shook his head. You refuse? Actually, I want to agree, but you can't do it. Su Yun smiled bitterly. Can't do it? Long Xianli frowned. Yes, the person you see is only on the surface. Firstly, Qing Heir is extremely important to the Su family. The Su family will not agree to let Qing Heir leave the Su family. Even if the patriarch of the Immortal Sword sect came personally, it would be useless. Oh, Long Xianli said indifferently. Why? Because Qing Heir is someone that the Profound Sky sect wants. Su Yun said softly. Profound Sky sect? Long Xianli's eyes flashed with astonishment. After a moment, she seemed to have thought of something. Her face revealed a look of understanding. You mean to say that the Su family plans to climb up the big tree that is the Profound Sky sect? Maybe things are not as simple as we think. But let them be. I just want to bring Qing Heir away. Su Yun waved his hand tiredly. Long Xianli looked at Su Yun quietly. Her beautiful face flashed a trace of loneliness. Do you like Qing Heir? She asked gently. Chapter 99. Hearing Long Xianli's question, Su Yun was really at a loss. Did he like her? He thought about it, and felt that it did not seem like it. But he could not say that he did not like her. Qing Heir occupied a large part of his heart. She was like a part of his heart that he could not let go. She is my last family member. She is very important to me. Maybe we are not related by blood, but in this world, she is the one I care about the most, and she cares about me the most. After thinking for a long time, Su Yun opened his mouth. Long Xianli's eyes flashed with a strange light. She nodded and did not say anything. She took out a few pills from her bosom and placed them on the table. In this period of time, I have been in contact with you. I have learned a lot about pills. You could be considered as half a mentor to me. The Su family's matters are complicated. You must be careful. Although your thoughts are meticulous, your cultivation level is still too low. Do not force yourself. If you can avoid the sharp edge, avoid the sharp edge. The shot hits the bird that sticks out. Do not try to be brave. Do not let others worry. If there are any difficulties, you must come to the Immortal Sword sect to inform me. This is the Immortal Sword sect's heart bud pill. The ingredients used to refine it are rare. No matter how good your alchemy skills are, you may not be able to obtain it. It can help you easily enter the 6th stage of the Spirit Intermediate Disciple realm. Take one pill each time. Do not rush your cultivation. You must be steady. Being too hasty will only produce the opposite of what you want. Long Xianli slowly said. Her soft voice was like a spring breeze blowing in the ear. It was very intoxicating. Su Yun quietly looked at her soft and beautiful face. His heart was unprecedentedly light. This was a feeling that he had never felt before. She probably felt that she had said too much. Long Xianli's cheeks turned pink. She hastily ended the last few sentences. She put down the bottle and turned to leave. Wait. Suddenly, Su Yun stretched out his hand and held onto the soft, white, and tender little hand. Long Xianli's whole body trembled. Her pair of beautiful eyes were filled with astonishment as she looked at him. But she surprisingly did not break free. She just turned her pink face to the side. She did not look at this bad guy. Su Yun did not let go. He smiled. That? Can I ask you a question? Speak. Do you treat everyone like this? You? Long Xianli's beautiful eyes suddenly became anxious. Her expression became angry. She retracted her soft hands, snorted, and turned to leave. In the blink of an eye, she left the wooden house and disappeared. Eh. Su Yun scratched his head, a little confused. He just wanted to understand more. After all, when he fought with Long Xianli as Limitless Sword God, he always felt that this woman was very cold. Looking at it now, it seemed that his feeling was wrong. What kind of person was she? Could it be that this little girl from the Immortal Sword sect has fallen for me? Su Yun examined himself and felt that it was possible. After Long Xianli left, The shabby hut became cold and cheerless again. However, Suyin did not stop to rest. Every day, after he finished cultivating, he would do some preparatory work. After consuming the heart bud pill given by Long Xian Li, his profound spirit qi quickly became restless. There were faint traces of a breakthrough. Suyin did not dare to be negligent. He quickly sat cross-legged and adjusted his qi. In just a week's time, he had once again leapt from the 5th stage of the spirit intermediate disciple realm to the 6th stage. In just half a month's time, he had broken through to the next stage. This speed was really against the heavens. Suyin was extremely happy. Even the sword elder, who had been asleep for half a month, was awakened by the profound spirit qi. Knowing that Suyin had broken through again, the sword elder was so shocked that he could not speak. Of course, the everlasting stone and the heartbud pill played a significant role. After breaking through, he could not slack off in his cultivation. However, time was pressing, so he had to make the best use of his time to prepare. On this day, Suyin was still in the shabby hut using the 9 silk jade heart needles. Drops of blood that were rich in profound spirit qi fell on the 100 demon extermination god array, dyeing it blood red. Do-do-do. At this time, a hurried knocking sound came from the door. Suyin was surprised. He immediately removed the 9 silk jade heart needles and rolled up the flying sky moon mirror. He immediately went to open the door. But before he could open the door that was on the verge of collapse was kicked open. Quang dang. The door fell to the ground, splashing a large amount of dust. Who is it? Suyun's face sank as he angrily shouted. The inner sect disciple, Su Xianjun. The person arrogantly shouted, "Where is Suyun?" "Here." A whisper came out. Su Xianjun looked up. He did not see the person, but saw a huge iron fist coming toward his face. The speed of the iron fist was extremely fast. The wind from the fist was strong and imposing. He did not have time to dodge and was hit by the iron fist. His body flew backwards and directly fell out of the door. He fell to the ground and rolled twice. When he got up, his nose was full of blood. Xianjun, are you okay? You actually dare to touch our inner sect disciple. I think you don't want to mingle in the Su family anymore. The other 2 inner sect disciples ran over to help Su Xianjun up. One of them clenched his teeth and stared at Suyun. His eyes were filled with anger. They were 3 inner sect disciples. Their clothes were gorgeous, and they had a badge hanging on their waists. Each of them had a strong qi. They were all 1st stage spirit intermediate disciple. In the outer sect, they were not ordinary people. But in front of Suyun, they were not worth mentioning. Mingle in the Su family? Suyun's mouth curled up in an evil smile. He said, "The Su family's rules do not state that outer sect disciples are not allowed to beat up inner sect disciples. I hit him. What can you do to me?" According to the Su family's rules, the inner sect disciples were not allowed to bully the outer sect disciples. But there was no difference in the family rules. The outer sect disciples who were bullied were hindered by the power of the inner sect disciples. Even if they were bullied, they would not dare to announce it. But the family rules did not state that the outer sect disciples were not allowed to bully the inner sect disciples, because even the patriarch who set the rules felt that it was impossible. If someone had the strength to bully the inner sect disciples, how could he still be an outer sect disciple? Unfortunately, there was a freak here. Suyun, you are really savage. Today I will teach you a lesson and teach you how to be a man. With a face full of anger, Su Sanfeng rushed forward. He gathered his profound spirit qi into his fist and rushed forward. Compared to the outer sect disciples, this fist was extremely swift and fierce. The fingers on the fist were constantly squirming. The strength of the fist quickly changed. Bursts of energy covered the fist, but Su Yun's qi was restrained. He did not let the inner sect disciples know his current cultivation level. This group of people thought that Su Yun was only a 10th stage spirit novice disciple. They could casually humiliate him. The fist was not close yet. Suddenly, a hand reached out and quickly grabbed the wrist of the fist. Right? A crisp sound rang out. The fist that was rushing forward suddenly slowed down. The inner sect disciple, Su Sanfeng, was stunned. His eyes widened as he looked at Su Yun, only to see a foot fiercely kicking towards his abdomen. Dong! Su Sanfeng was directly kicked flying. He crashed into a large rock behind him. When he fell, he was no longer moving. He had actually fainted. One kick and the inner sect disciple had fainted. This Mother Asterisker was an outer sect disciple. Su Xianjun and Su Sanfeng were completely dumbfounded. You should have heard of my name, Su Yin, right? Su Yin patted his hem and walked over. He stared at the two and said, in any case, I killed Su Kuang. What? Have you forgotten? Do you want me to kill another inner sect disciple? Let you have a deeper impression of me? As his voice fell, his eyes flashed with a strong, killing intent. The two were so scared that they could not stand up. Su Xianjun then remembered the inner and outer sect martial arts competition that caused a huge uproar in the competition. You are the Su Yin who killed Su Kuang. Su Xianjun trembled. How many Su Yuns are there in the outer sect? The two were so scared that they did not dare to speak. Who would have thought that this outer sect disciple would be so savage? Su Yin frowned and immediately asked, speak. What are you looking for me for? That the inner sect has issued an order. Three days later, they want all the appointed people go to Tai Ching Lakeside to kill the demon. Su Xianjun gathered his courage and said with a trembling voice, 3 days later, go to Tai Ching Lakeside to kill the demon. Su Yin heard this and lowered his head to think. After a moment, he raised his head and asked, do you know what demon it is? It is said to be the Heavenly Scale Fish King. Heavenly Scale Fish King, that old demon that has lived for more than 500 years? Su Yin was surprised. It should be it. How many people did the Su family send this time? About 60. Who are they? 12 inner sect disciples. The rest are outer sect disciples. The Su family sent this kind of team. Isn't that courting death? Su Yun sneered. This team needs at least a spirit core disciple to be able to face the Heavenly Scale Fish King. This kind of team is basically sending themselves to death. I heard that this time's mission was initiated by other sections. They hope that our Su family can contribute. There are many sects that want to kill the Heavenly Scale Fish King. Our Su family is just putting up an act. When the time comes, we just need to throw a few mystical techniques. There's no need to risk our lives. Su Xianjun wiped the blood from his nose and said, oh, Su Yin nodded his head. But in his heart, he remembered a treasure. Heavenly Scale Divine Eye. It was a treasure that had caused quite a commotion. The Heavenly Scale Fish King only appeared once every 500 years. Many people did not know that the eyes of the Heavenly Scale Fish King could be refined into a treasure. If one could obtain the Divine Eye, there would be thousands of benefits. The two inner sect disciples carefully peeked at him. They were thinking about how to leave later. Su Yun's eyes flashed. He seemed to be thinking about something. Is it compulsory to participate in this mission? Su Yun suddenly asked. Yes, everyone must participate. Those who participate can receive a set of supplies from the Su family. If you don't participate, you will be punished according to the Su family's rules. Su Xianjun hurriedly said. Su Yin nodded his head. I understand. I will participate. That's good. Then we'll see each other in 3 days. Su Yun, we're leaving. Su Xianjun hurriedly stood up and said with a smile. He ran to carry the unconscious Su Sanfeng and was about to leave. Stop. Suddenly, Su Yun shouted. The two of them trembled. They turned their heads and looked at Su Yun in fear. Is there anything else? Pay for the repair of the door before you leave. Su Yun pointed at the broken door lying on the ground. How much? How much do you have? I only have 400 spirit coins. What about you? Su Yun looked at the other person. I have 510 spirit coins. That person trembled. Su Yun pointed at the unconscious Su Sanfeng. First, throw the bag of spirit coins over. Su Xianjun did not dare to delay. He quickly untied the bag of spirit coins from Su Sanfeng's waist and hurriedly threw it to Su Yun. Su Yun caught it and waited for a while. Then he said, I still need 910 spirit coins to repair the door. Chapter 100. Inside the elegant courtyard. Bang, 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 bang. A series of explosions sounded in the courtyard. The horrifying sound spread far and wide. The servants who were working outside the courtyard were all shocked. A servant who was carrying firewood scattered all the firewood on the ground and looked around in fear. However, nothing happened around him. Not only that, there was no movement in the courtyard. Not even a speck of dust was stirred up. A man wearing a jade crown, dressed in a green robe, held a sword in one hand. The sword tip was quietly defending against a fake mountain. The sword tip, that was as bright as autumn water, gently touched it and did not pierce into the fake mountain at all. But voila! With a gust of wind, the fake mountain immediately turned into powder and fell to the ground. The servants at the side were all stunned. Sword explosion technique. Suppressing the profound spirit chi inside the sword body, then pushing it out from the sword tip and into the target's body, exploding the profound spirit chi. This kind of explosion does not have any destructive power, but it has a shocking cutting power. Every explosion can cut 9,981 cuts. TSK, TSK, TSK. The power is really shocking. A handsome man with a ponytail clapped his hands and praised with a face full of smiles. Su Dongfang, who was dressed in a green robe, put down the sword in his hand. Without changing his expression, he said, "Although the power of this sword explosion technique is shocking, it is not easy to hit the enemy. If you do not use it well, it will be useless. With Master Dongfang's strength, why do you need to stab people? Even if your sword tip is aimed at the enemy's weapon, it is enough to make the enemy suffer. I believe that in a few years, Master Dongfang will be able to enter the main house and become the successor of the great clan elder." The man with the long braid, Su Huangming, said, "My father's position as the great clan elder is held by the patriarch himself. He is not a direct descendant. I know what I am capable of." Su Dongfang kept his sword and waved his hand to the servants to let them clean up the place. Then he walked to the pavilion and sat down, minding his own business, and poured himself a cup of tea. "Huangming, why are you here?" "Oh, it's not a big deal. It's just that yesterday I sent 3 people to the outer sect to announce the mission at Taiching Lakeside. My people were beaten up by the outer sect." Su Huangming walked over and poured himself a cup of tea, gulped it down, and said. Su Dongfang did not mind and said blandly, "Outer sect? You got guts. Do you know which gang it is?" "Gang?" Su Huangming shook his head. "It's not a gang. The opponent is just one person." "Alone?" Su Dongfang was stunned. The cup in his hand shook and the tea spilled out. An outer sect disciple beat up 3 inner sect disciples? This matter was truly shocking. "Yes. One person." Su Huangming squinted his eyes and laughed. "It's that Su Yun who killed Su Kuang." "Oh." Su Dongfang laughed. "It's this person again? Ah, I didn't expect that this time it would actually provoke our young master Huangming. He's really audacious. I wonder how Huangming plans to deal with him?" "Young Master Dongfang, it's not like you don't know how I do things. It's just that this time it's the Su family. I'm a little worried." Su Huangming said. "Sigh. Worried about what?" Su Dongfang put down the teacup and waved his hand. "Just do it. If anything happens, I will settle it for you." "What if I kill that brat?" Su Huangming asked with a sinister expression. When Su Dongfang heard this, he was silent for a moment. After a while, he chuckled. "I can settle it too. Seems like I didn't make this trip for nothing." Su Huangming stood up and turned to leave. Su Yun, you're too careless. You really dare to provoke anyone." Su Dongfang shook his head and glanced at the direction Su Huangming left. He stood up and walked into the building. 3 days later, Su family intersect mission. Mission location, located 1,300 miles from the shores of the South Sea, Taiching City, under the jurisdiction of Taiching Taoist Temple. There are 9 cities and 13 counties, all under the protection of Taiching Taoist Temple. Su family outer sect square. All the chosen disciples arrived. They gathered in groups of 2s and 3s, waiting for the inner sect disciples to arrive. Su Yun stood alone at the back of the crowd. Ever since he killed Su Kuang, he was completely isolated. Everyone knew that he had offended young Master Dongfang. They were afraid of being implicated, so they kept their distance. Even those who greeted Su Yun in the past did not dare to say a word to him. After an incense stick of time, there was a commotion in the crowd. A group of inner sect disciples, led by the inner sect deacon Su Shilong, headed towards the outer sect square. There were many people from the outer sect who surrounded the square to watch the commotion. The scene was huge and filled with people. Once Su Shilong arrived at the square, the crowd quietened down. The inner sect disciples dressed in bright clothes stood behind Su Shilong in a row. It was very impressive. Compared to the plain outer sect disciples, the two of them were people from two different worlds. Su Yun sized up these inner sect disciples. He did not find any traces of Su Xinu and Su Xingyang. It seemed like they were on a mission. Those who had just entered the inner sect did not have an easy life. They did not have much time to cultivate. All of their time was occupied by the arduous inner sect missions. Only after a period of time would they be able to truly accept the inner sect's cultivation. Su Shilong's dignified gaze swept across the square. His gaze finally landed on Su Yun, who was standing behind the crowd. He snorted and spoke loudly. Today's mission, I believe you all know? Yes, it is to assist the various sects to annihilate the Heavenly Scale Fish King at the Taiching Lakeside. The Heavenly Scale Fish King is an exceptional demon at the Taiching Lakeside. Its cultivation is at least at the 8th stage of the Spirit Soul realm. It has been sleeping at the bottom of the lake for close to 100 years. Recently, it has started to stir up trouble again. Taiching Taoist Temple's temple master passed away 30 years ago. The current temple master's qualifications are still shallow. He is not enough to deal with the Fish King. Hence, he sent out a request for help and gathered the heroes of the world to help. The Fish King stirred up trouble and killed many people. Taiching Taoist Temple has 3 cities and 7 counties around it. Countless suffering commoners have lost their homes. This is an opportunity to fight for glory for our Su family. All of you have to work hard this time. Annihilate the Fish King and fight for glory for our Su family. Do you understand? Yes, Master. Everyone shouted loudly. But everyone knew that it was just for show. The Su family was just a family. Their aim was to prosper and live forever. Doing chivalry and helping the weak was the job of the sect. This time, the Su family was just trying to gain some fame. If not, they would not have sent so many outer sect disciples over. Spirit novice disciple against spirit soul disciple? That would be the biggest joke in the world. Su Shilong nodded his head in satisfaction. Then, he raised his hand and waved it gently. A man in a long braid robe walked forward. The man had a wheat-colored long face. His gaze was sharp. Between his eyebrows, there was a baleful aura. He was like an arrow that was ready to be shot. Su Huangming, Su Shilong shouted. The man immediately cupped his fists and shouted, Master, Huangming is here. This time, you will lead the team. Remember, you must ensure the safety of the Su family disciples. Don't let the Su family down. Su Shilong shouted. The man immediately replied respectfully, Huangming will not disappoint Master Deacon. I will not disappoint the Su family. Very good. Once you have collected your supplies, you can leave. Su Shilong nodded his head and turned to leave, respectfully sending off Master Deacon. Everyone shouted. After that, more than 10 outer sect disciples carried boxes filled with the supplies for this mission and walked over. Everyone was given one. Most of the boxes were healing medicines, chi replenishing pills, and low-level invisibility talismans. Although the price was not expensive, it was very practical. The people who received the supplies eagerly opened the boxes. The outer sect disciples gathered in 2s and 3s and curiously looked at the boxes. Only the inner sect disciples did not care. The things they use on a daily basis were much more advanced than this. Who else did not receive it? An outer sect disciple shouted. Me. Su Yun rushed towards him and called out. The man looked at Su Yun and walked over with a box of supplies. Su Yun extended his hand and was about to receive it. But at this time, a hand suddenly reached out from the side and took the box of supplies away. Su Yun was startled. He looked up and saw that the owner of this hand was the man with the long braid, Su Huangming. "Ah, young Master Huang-Ming," the man hurriedly called out. Su Huang-Ming ignored him. His gaze was lazy and arrogant as he stared at Su Yun. The box of supplies in his hand kept shaking. Su Yun frowned and looked over. Su Huang-Ming walked in front of Su Yun, and his gaze landed on him. Su Yun was taller, and Su Huang-Ming was shorter by half a head. Adding on Su Yun's well-proportioned physique, he had the advantage in terms of aura. But Su Huang-Ming had a group of inner sect disciples behind him. Almost all the inner sect disciples in this mission were his people. In terms of influence, Su Yun lost by 108,000 miles. "You are Su Yun?" Su Huang-Ming asked. His face seemed to be smiling, but his eyes squinted. "What's the matter?" Su Yun asked. "Because you injured Su Xianjun and the others 3 days ago. According to the rules, you are not allowed to have any supplies." Su Huang-Ming said. "Since when did the Su family have such a rule?" Su Yun frowned and asked. "There wasn't before, but now there is." Su Huang-Ming threw the supplies behind him and said, "And this rule was set by me. Why? Do you have any objections?" While speaking, the remaining 12 inner sect disciples surrounded Su Yun. All of their faces were gloomy, and their fists were secretly clenched tightly. Looking for trouble? It seemed like it was not that simple. These people had a vicious look on their faces. If they were just looking for trouble to help Su Xianjun vent his anger, they would not have to do this. Su Yun knew that Su Huang-Ming did not have good intentions towards him. He secretly held back his vicious look and said indifferently, "No." "Very good." Su Huang-Ming patted his shoulder and whispered, "I hope you have a safe journey." With that, he patted Su Yun's shoulder again and left with a face full of smiles. Su Yun stared at Su Huang-Ming's back as he left. His heart turned cold. Is Su Huang-Ming really going to kill me for those few people? This person has a vicious look on his face. I'm afraid he is a person who will seek revenge for the smallest grievance. I don't care. No matter what the reason is, at least, I have to make the first move. Thinking about this, Su Yun's heart was filled with killing intent. He turned and left. Chapter 101. This time, he did not receive any supplies. Su Yun felt extremely unlucky. The last time he went to Marshall Bone Mountain, wasn't it the same? It seemed like he had offended quite a number of people in the Su family. Although he wasn't the one initiating it every time, sometimes when trouble came knocking on his head, he couldn't avoid it even if he wanted to. The team set off after an hour. There were a total of 65 people. Other than 13 inner sect disciples, the rest were outer sect disciples. Because of the disturbance with Su Huang-Ming at the plaza, the outer sect disciples kept a respectful distance from Su Yun. No one dared to speak a word to him. Everyone could see that Su Huang-Ming and Su Yun did not get along. Although Su Yun had accidentally killed Su Kuang, that did not mean anything. He could kill someone by himself, but he was just one person. Su Huang-Ming had many inner sect experts by his side. How could he win? Furthermore, Su Huang-Ming was not Su Kuang. He had been famous in the inner sect for a long time. He was also one of the top experts. Even if they were to fight one-on-one, he would not lose to Su Yun. Hence, Su Yun followed behind the group alone. A group of people rode on spirit stallions and left the Su family. The journey was dull and tedious. With the speed of the spirit stallion, it would take at least 15 days to reach Taiching Lakeside. However, after leaving the Su family for less than a day, Su Huang-Ming had something to say. Everyone walked to a fork in the outskirts. Su Huang-Ming pulled the spirit stallion beneath him, turned around, and signaled for everyone to stop. Everyone pulled their spirit stallions in unison, and the clattering of the horses' hooves resounded in front of the fork. Su Yun raised his head and looked at the scene, his heart filled with doubt. Su Huang-Ming pointed to the right side of the road and shouted loudly, "This mission concerns the prestige of my Su family. We must rush to Taiching Lakeside as soon as possible. We will go this way. This road will allow us to reach our destination as soon as possible." This path. A Su clan outer sect disciple stared blankly. This road seems to be the road to the Jade Claws Forest. I heard that there are many Jade Claws wolves in the Jade Claws Forest. If we take this road, will we meet a wolf pack, young master? Ha ha ha. I heard that the last time the Jaded Claws wolf appeared was 3 years ago. How can we be so lucky as to run into these things? No fear, no fear. Go. With that, Su Huangming did not care about the opinions of the crowd and directly headed towards the right fork. Seeing that, Su Yun frowned. According to common sense, one would choose the road on the left when heading to the Taiching lakeside. The road on the left was flat and led directly to the Taiching lakeside. Although the right was a shortcut, the road was rugged and there were many ferocious beasts. Adding the time taken to deal with the ferocious beasts and the time taken to travel, the time taken to deal with the ferocious beasts might not be shorter than the time taken to travel on the left. Su Yun secretly reminded himself that something was amiss. Soon, the Su clan's troops entered the Jaded Claws forest. This forest was different from an ordinary forest. Every tree in the forest was nearly 100 feet tall. Their branches and leaves were luxuriant, like pillars supporting the sky. It was very difficult for sunlight to penetrate the forest. Therefore, the people who were hurrying through the forest felt that the surroundings were very dim. If they didn't look carefully, they wouldn't be able to see the road ahead. What is young Master Huang Ming trying to do? There's a good path out there, but you chose to go to this kind of place? Who knows? Be careful. Don't bump into that Jade Claws wolf, otherwise we'll be finished. It's not that serious. There are so many inner sect disciples here, and with young Master Huang Ming leading the team, what are we afraid of? I heard that young Master Huang Ming is a 7th stage spirit intermediate disciple expert. His strength is well known in the inner sect. He definitely isn't afraid of that Jade Claws wolf, so he brought us here. 7th stage spirit intermediate disciple. Oh my God, he's actually that strong. A few outer sect disciples in front huddled together and discussed softly. They constantly exclaimed in surprise. Su Yun, who was riding on the spirit stallion with his eyes closed, his ears moved slightly, and he slowly opened his eyes. 7th stage spirit intermediate disciple. That was considered an expert in the inner sect. He was not easy to deal with. Kacha, kacha, kacha. Just then, a low sound of horse hooves came from both sides. Su Yun looked up and saw a few inner sect disciples speeding up their horses. They ran to the front of Su Huangming. Su Huangming's face was stern as he whispered something to them. After that, the inner sect disciples all dispersed. Among them, there were some who secretly glanced at Su Yun. Although it was just a glance, it made Su Yun feel a sense of danger. Could it be that Su Huangming wanted to make a move on him? Impossible. In front of so many people, if he acted recklessly, he would be inviting trouble for himself. He needed to find a reason. A woo! Right at this moment, waves of melodious wolf howls resounded in the forest, one after another, causing people to panic. Jade Claws wolf, some outer sect disciples exclaimed. They were actually so unlucky to meet a hungry wolf. Everyone was trembling in fear. They quickly gathered their spirit stallions together and carefully observed their surroundings. Su Yun saw this and immediately shouted, "Everyone, don't be afraid. I remember there's a way out in front. I'll go ahead and check it out." As soon as he finished speaking, he spurred his horse and galloped forward. "Su Yun, come back quickly. Without young Master Huang Ming's orders, you're not allowed to act on your own." An inner sect disciple at the side hurriedly shouted, but it was too late. Su Yun was like a wild horse that had escaped its reins. He rushed into the forest and quickly disappeared. Did he notice? Su Huangming was slightly startled. He squinted his eyes and waved his hand. "He's alone. He'll be fine. You guys go straight ahead. Once you get close to him, make a move. Don't let anyone find out." "Yes." The two inner sect disciples at the side bellowed. They increased their speed and chased after Su Yun. Tick-tock, tock-tock. The heavy sound of horse hooves echoed in the forest. It was extremely ear-piercing. Once he entered the forest, Su Yun immediately jumped off his horse and rushed towards a big tree at the side. He hid behind a big tree. The two inner sect disciples who were chasing after him saw that they had lost sight of Su Yun's target. They immediately slowed down. The surroundings were extremely gloomy. The tall trees covered the sunlight. It was extremely cold. Where did this guy run off to? Did he find out about young Master Huangming's plan? Should we lure the Jade Claws wolf over and kill him in the chaos? I don't think so, but it doesn't matter. Even if he found out, he would still die. He can either return to the team now, or young Master Huang Ming will use the crime of betraying the Su family to kill him. No matter what, he will still die. The two inner sect disciples said sinisterly. As expected, they had the intention to kill. Su Yun, who was hiding in the dark of the big tree, tensed up. Look, that spirit stallion. It must be Su Yun's. At this time, one of them exclaimed. They had already discovered the spirit stallion that Su Yun had thrown to the side of the road. The two of them immediately flew over. One of them took out a green lotus-like treasure and channeled profound spirit chi into it. Instantly, with the spirit stallion as the center, there was a burst of fine chi. This chi was extremely thin. If not for the treasure, ordinary people would not be able to sense it. And the end of this chi was where Su Yun was. It was a tracking-type treasure. Su Yun's face congealed. He scanned his surroundings. Seeing that no one else was following him, he took out the sword sheath and death sword from his storage ring. He carried them on his back and immediately stepped out of the forest. The spirit stallion had his own chi. This treasure should be able to use the chi emitted by the spirit stallion to capture him nearby. There was no point in continuing to hide. But at this moment, there was no need to hide anymore. Zhenhe, the disciple who was still activating the green lotus treasure, shouted to the person beside him. His eyes moved as he looked at Su Yun, who was walking over. The two of them turned their gazes over at the same time. Seeing that Su Yun actually walked out so boldly, the two of them were startled. They looked at each other, quietly took out their respective weapons, and rode their horses towards Su Yun. What are the two elder brothers looking for? Su Yun said blandly as he took out the 1,000 deep sword from the sword sheath. His actions were very bold, without any intention of hiding. Seeing that this person's expression was solemn and serious, but he did not panic. Facing two inner sect disciples, he was not afraid at all. Su Zhenhe and the other disciple were startled. Especially when Su Yun took out his sword, the two of them were stunned. What was going on? Could it be that he was not afraid of us? Su Zhenhe's heart congealed. Su Yun, what are you doing here? Why aren't you coming back? Su Yi, who was at the side, shouted. The two of them, one on the left and one on the right, cautiously approached Su Yun, their killing intent gradually revealed. Then, just as they were about to get close, Su Yun suddenly tapped his feet lightly and jumped backwards. The long sword in his hand suddenly swung out, directly towards Su Yi. Su Yi was shocked and immediately used his sword to block. But, just as the lustrous and slender sword was about to reach Su Yi, it suddenly changed direction, and the sword tip pierced towards Su Zhenhe's heart. Su Zhenhe's reaction was not slow. With an angry roar, he pulled out the long sword from his waist and slashed towards the incoming 1,000 deep sword. But, just as his sword edge was about to reach the 1,000 deep sword, the pure divine spirit chi on the surface of the 1,000 deep sword suddenly shook and immediately separated from the 1,000 deep sword, forming an independent chi sword. Clang! The 1,000 deep sword was sent flying by the sword. The chi sword did not wait for Su Zhenhe's reaction and directly pierced through his chest. Although it deviated from the position of his heart, it still pierced him to the ground, causing him to spit out blood. He was already seriously injured. What? Su Ye's eyes widened. Looking at Su Zhenhe, who was lying on the ground, his expression changed. What kind of strange mystical technique is this? Su Yin took a step forward again and rushed towards Su Yi. His speed was extremely fast, and he leapt into the air, jumping towards Su Yi. The sword that was sent flying by Su Zhen, he spun a few rounds in the air and flew back towards Su Yun, directly landing in his hands. Following Su Yun's movements, it fiercely slashed towards Su Yi. Clang! Su Yi raised his own weapon, the red leaf flaming spear, and blocked the sword that was slashing towards him. His strength was extremely strong, and his profound spirit chi leaned towards true divine spirit chi, so he was not afraid of Su Yun's slash. This sword, he clenched his teeth and forcefully received it. But Su Yun's attack did not seem to be over. He stepped on the spirit stallion's head, and using it as a fulcrum, The 1,000-deep sword in his hand fell once again. The 1,000-deep sword's edge burst forth with a purple chi, and with the power of a tiger, it fell. Bang! A violent sound exploded from the red leaf flaming spear. The spear body blocked the sword, but Suyi only felt his arms trembling crazily, and his whole body trembling violently. This sword was at least a few times stronger than the previous sword. The spirit stallion neighed, its four hooves swaying, and dust flew everywhere, as though it could not withstand the power. Seeing this, Su Yun kicked the spirit stallion's head. The spirit stallion took the attack, and immediately became agitated, swaying nonstop. Su Yun took the opportunity to land, but Su Yi, who was riding on it, could not. At this moment, his arms were numb, and he could not pull the reins to control the agitated spirit stallion. At this time, the spirit stallion lifted its front hooves, and its entire body lifted up. Ai. Su Yi could not control himself, and with a scream, he fell from the back of the stallion. Just as he was about to fall, a beam of cold light shot towards him. Su Yi was shocked and subconsciously raised a spear, but it was too late. The thick and strong sword's edge, with an unparalleled force, started from his head, and in an instant he was sliced into two. Even the ground beneath him had a deep dent, and Su Ye's blood flowed into the dent. 1,000-deep sword, third sword. Su Zhanhe, who was clutching his chest, was completely stunned. Chapter 102. Kacha. The man pulled his sword out from the corpse in front of him and looked at Su Zhanhe. Su Yun, you dare to kill an inner sect disciple. You don't want to live anymore? Su Zhanhe's entire body was trembling. Enduring the pain, he quickly retreated. He could not stand up, so he used his limbs to crawl backwards, trying to distance himself from the man. But he was thinking too much. Did Su Huangming ask you guys to come and kill me? Su Yun walked towards Su Zhanhe and asked. Yes. No, that's not right. Young Master Huangming did not plan to kill you. We are only here to persuade you to return to the team. Su Zhanhe panicked and shouted. Fresh blood splattered all over the ground. I will return to the team soon. Su Yun's lips curled up, his eyes filled with a cold intent. He held his sword and slashed towards Su Zhanhe. Ah! A miserable scream echoed. Far away in the Jaded Claws forest. Su Huangming, who was slowly advancing, seemed to have heard something. He quickly raised his hand and stopped the advancing team. Young Master, what's that sound? Someone beside him asked. Not sure, but it's a human's voice. The Jaded Claws forest is such a desolate place that very few people enter. I'm afraid it's our people. Our people? The surrounding people jumped in fright. Could it be that they met a Jaded Claws wolf? Someone asked carefully. Jaded Claws wolf? Su Huangming snorted. I only sent the inner sect disciples to search the surroundings. If they met a Jaded Claws wolf, how could they not win? Even if they cannot win, could they not escape? I'm afraid they were harmed by someone. Harmed by someone? With these words, everyone understood who Su Huangming was referring to. Other than Su Yun, who left without permission, no one could explain this. But did Su Yun have a guts? Even if he did he have the ability? After all, these were two inner sect disciples. Listen up. Su Huangming called for the remaining 8 inner sect disciples and said indifferently, Su Yun probably already knows our intentions. When he comes, immediately make a move. I will bear all the consequences. Yes, young master, everyone exclaimed. Su Huangming squinted his eyes, his expression sinister. Su Yun, right? I want to see how capable you are. Then, young master, should we continue forward or wait here? Someone asked. Keep going. Su Huangming waved his hand and bellowed. If after we leave the Jaded Claws forest, Su Yun has yet to return to the team, we will treat it as him evading the mission and violating the rules of the Su family. He will be treated as a traitor of the Su family and will be killed without mercy. Do you understand? Su family's traitor? Isn't that a little too much? Some of the outer sect disciples felt that it was a bit serious. I will bear the consequences, Su Huangming said indifferently. With that, everyone knew what Su Huangming was thinking, and no one dared to say anything else. No one dared to refute Su Huangming's decision. The group continued to advance. And on a branch that was more than 100 feet high, a person wearing a pitch-black Blade Master outfit and a broken mask was quietly staring at the team below. Su Huangming has the cultivation of a 7th-stage Spirit Intermediate Disciple. I am currently only a 6th-stage Spirit Intermediate Disciple. Rely on the limitless sword arts, I might be able to fight. Furthermore, I have more Spirit Essences and Earth Spirit Essences. My profound Spirit Chi can keep up, so winning against him is not difficult. It's just that there are so many inner sect disciples around him, which is a problem. Su Yin pondered. He stepped on the branch and followed the team. A wolf. Just then, the melodious wolf howl sounded out again. The team below were startled and became cautious. Su Yin was also stunned. Jaded Claw's wolf? If he could lure the Jaded Claw's wolf to attack the team, he could take advantage of the chaos to gain an opportunity. Su Yin lowered his head and pondered. After a while, he jumped down from the branch and ran towards the direction of the sound. Jaded Claw's wolf was a 1st-stage Spirit Intermediate Disciple. There were also 2nd-stage Spirit Intermediate Disciples, but their numbers were few. They lived in packs, with at least 30 of them in a pack. The Jaded Claw's wolf was only active in the depths of the Jaded Claw's forest. If one were to walk on the main roads of the Jaded Claw's forest, it would be hard to meet any hungry wolves. But if one met a hungry wolf, it would attract a tide of wolves to attack. And how to lure the wolves? That was the problem. Since they were hungry wolves, they would naturally be hungry and thirsty. A portion of food would be enough to lure them over. Su Yin suddenly thought of something. He turned around and ran towards Su Zhanhe and Su Yi, who were dead. As he neared the 2 corpses, he saw 2 spirit stallions running towards him in a panic. Seeing that, Su Yin immediately took out his 1,000 deep sword and killed them. The spirit stallions died, and fresh blood flowed all over the ground. But Su Yin did not care. He slowed down his speed and carefully approached the 2 corpses. The spirit stallions were scared away, which meant that there was something near the corpses. After the corpses died, the fresh blood would be easily captured by the hungry wolves. If he was not wrong, the 2 corpses were surrounded by hungry wolves. Su Yin leaped up and jumped onto another tree. From the treetop, he carefully approached the 2 corpses. After a while, the scene completely shocked him. He could only see that the ground was covered in blood. One after another, skinny wolves with bloodshot eyes were fighting over the 2 corpses. Those were the corpses of Su Zhanhe and Su Yi. But at this moment, they were completely torn into pieces. There were more than 30 Jaded Claw's wolves fighting over the corpses. The scene made one's scalp go numb. How could such a small amount of meat fill so many stomachs? Su Yin congealed his heart and stared at one of the Jaded Claw's wolves that had snatched the corpse and was gorging on it. Suddenly, he jumped down from the tree and kicked it. The Jaded Claw's wolf was only a 1st-stage Spirit Intermediate Disciple. As a 6th-stage Spirit Intermediate Disciple, regardless of profound Spirit Chi or mystical techniques, just based on strength and agility, he was much higher than the Jaded Claw's wolf. Adding on the fact that Su Yin had suddenly launched a sneak attack, the usually vigilant Jaded Claw's wolf had lost its rationality under the temptation of food. It did not notice the existence that had suddenly fallen from the sky and was directly kicked away. Su Yin grabbed onto the unknown human part and immediately turned to run. Having its food stolen, the Jaded Claw's wolf was naturally furious. But when it saw that it was new food, its eyes immediately turned from red to green. A wolf! A mournful wolf howl resounded. Following that, the pack of wolves rushed over and chased after Su Yin. Su Yin sprinted. When he passed by the 2 spirit stallion corpses, he pierced through the main arteries of the spirit stallions. Fresh blood spurted out and dyed his body red. Then he picked up the heads of the 2 spirit stallions and stabbed it into his sword. Stepping on the branches, he rushed towards Su Huangming. When the Jaded Claw's wolves saw the 2 huge spirit stallion corpses, they went crazy and devoured them. But wolves were greedy creatures, especially hungry wolves. Although the 2 spirit stallion corpses were huge, they were unable to satisfy so many hungry wolves. The hunger was unbearable, but the strong appetite that was aroused by the food made it even more unbearable. One by one, they rushed towards Su Yun like crazy. Along the way, the smell of blood attracted many hungry wolves. In a short period of time, there were close to 100 hungry wolves following closely behind. Soon, Su Yun took a deep breath. His body was like an ape as he jumped on the branches. Very quickly, the sound of spirit stallions galloping could be heard from afar. Sparse chatter could be heard. Near, Su Yun held the thousand deep sword tightly. Pure divine spirit chi revolved around his body. He bent his body slightly and jumped on the branches. Whoosh! He rushed out of the dense branches and crashed into the main road in front of him. Voila! The trees moved. The people who were rushing turned to look at the source of the sound. Who is it? Seeing a person dressed in a black blade master robe and wearing a broken mask, the inner sect disciples were shocked. One by one, they took out their weapons and stared at the person with extreme caution. But they saw the person rushing to the main road entrance. The two spirit stallion heads that were stabbed into the sword were thrown into the crowd. Plop, 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 plop. The spirit stallions crashed into the crowd and rolled a few rounds on the ground. Blood splattered all over the ground. Everyone hurriedly retreated. They were afraid that the filthy thing would touch them and cause a disturbance in the crowd. Who are you? Seeing the black blade master robe and wearing a broken mask, everyone was suspicious. An inner sect disciple shouted, "For such a person to appear out of nowhere and make such a strange move, how could anyone not be suspicious?" Su Huangming was already on guard. Could he be Su Yin? But that person did not have any intention to stay. He threw down the two spirit stallion heads and immediately leapt backwards. He jumped onto a branch and turned to escape. "Stop!" Someone shouted, but the person did not stop. Su Huangming was startled. Before he could react, he heard a rustling sound coming from the forest. It was getting louder and louder. "Everyone, don't panic. It's just two spirit stallion heads." An inner sect disciple shouted and stabilized the crowd. The chaotic crowd calmed down. But those who were close to the spirit stallion heads were still filled with disgust. "Everyone calm down." Su Huangming calmed his heart. His face darkened as he looked around vigilantly. Hearing that, everyone stopped making noise. They felt something was wrong and pulled out their weapons. The rustling sound attracted Su Huangming's attention. His expression revealed a trace of realization. He squinted his eyes and laughed. "Oh, so that's why. What's wrong, young Master Huangming?" The inner sect disciple beside him saw and asked curiously. "It's just a small trick." Su Huangming laughed indifferently. Then he waved his hand and shouted, "Everyone gather in a group. Prepare for battle." Battle? Everyone was startled, but they did not dare to hesitate. They quickly gathered together and activated their profound spirit chi. They looked like they were ready for battle. So. Just then, a large number of figures rushed out from the forest. The Su family saw them and were horrified. They were the Jaded Claws wolves. Oh my God, it's a wolf pack," someone exclaimed. His whole body was already trembling. Su Huangming shouted, "Don't be afraid. They're just a first-stage spirit intermediate disciple. Kill." With that, he rode on the spirit stallion. He took the lead and rushed forward. He took out a shiny long blade from his storage ring and slashed at the head of the wolf that was at the front. Poochie, the hungry wolf, died. The battle between the Su family and the Jaded Claws wolves broke out. Su Yun, who was watching from a branch far away, took a deep breath. He extended his hand and touched the pitch-black sword behind him. Chapter 103. As the wolf pack rushed over, the outer sect disciples of the Su family were terrified. But the inner sect disciples were brave. Facing the hundreds of wolves, they were not afraid at all. One by one, they rushed to the front and killed the wolves like they were chopping vegetables. Although the wolf pack had the advantage in numbers, but in terms of strength, they could not compare to the Su family. Many of the outer sect disciples of the Su family did not even have the cultivation of a first-stage spirit intermediate disciple, but they had a large amount of pills and treasures to use. Furthermore, they knew how to set up a formation and knew when to advance and retreat. This was not something that the wolves could compare to. Especially Su Huangming, his aura was like a rainbow. Slaughtering the wolves was as easy as slaughtering pigs and sheep. Everyone was dumbstruck, and the morale of the team was boosted. Wolf blood flowed all over the ground, and the corpses of the wolves were everywhere. A wolf. The head of the jaded claws wolf saw that it was no match and let out an even more melodious and sonorous howl, calling for reinforcements. Everyone was shocked. Seems like I have to clean up all the bastards in the jaded claws forest today. Su Huangming killed even more happily. The ruthlessness in his eyes grew stronger. He had no intention of leaving the place. Voila! At this time, a figure rushed out from the side of the forest. Everyone was shocked. They looked up and saw Su Yun, who had left the team without permission. Wasn't this guy supposed to scout ahead? Why did he come back? Su Yun, come and help. A few outer sect disciples who could not withstand the attacks of the wolves shouted anxiously. Su Yun's cultivation was high, and he had killed the inner sect disciple, Su Quan. If he were to help, the Su family would not be afraid of these wolves. Everyone hold on. Su Yun shouted, and then joined the situation. Young master, it's Su Yun. He's back. Seeing Su Yun suddenly appear and join the battle, an inner sect disciple immediately approached Su Huangming, who was happily killing, and shouted, "Oh!" Su Huangming chopped down a hungry wolf. His red eyes turned to look at Su Yun and squinted. The original plan was to enter the Jaded Claws forest to lure the wolves to cause chaos, and then kill Su Yun in the chaos. But in the middle of it, Su Yun ran away. I thought he realized our intentions, but I did not expect him to come back. Seems like he has not realized his situation. Su Huangming licked his cracked lips and retreated from the front line. Young master, shall we go together? No need. Su Jinhe and Su Yi have not returned. There are too many wolves this time. You guys stay here and clear the wolves. As for Su Yun, I alone am enough. Once Su Yun dies, we can report to the Su family that he died in the mouth of a wolf. At that time, even if someone investigates, it will be useless. Be that as it may, young master, you must be careful. Su Yun is not an idiot. If he senses it and comes back, I'm afraid he is prepared. I've filtered it. Even if I'm prepared, I'm not afraid. Su Huangming said. This was not arrogance, but confidence. If he didn't even have confidence, how would he dare to take the lives of others? Leave this place to us. Young master, be careful. The inner sect disciple said. Su Huangming did not say anything and directly walked toward Su Yun. Kacha! A hungry wolf was chopped down. Su Yun took a deep breath and wiped the sweat off his face. He retreated to the back and ate a pill. After resting for a while, he let the other outer sect disciples take over. Su Yun, come with me and support us. Just then, a shout came from the back. Su Yun was taken aback. He turned to look and saw Su Huangming holding a blood-stained long blade standing behind him. Where to support? Su Yun asked. Su Huangming pointed to the side of the forest. Are there hungry wolves there? Su Yun did not understand. Just now, the wolf howled and asked for help. I believe there will be Jaded Claws wolves rushing over very soon. Su Huangming said. Is that so? But with just the two of us, can we defend? Su Huangming's expression turned cold. His eyes flashed with a trace of pride. He squinted his eyes and laughed. The two of us are enough. Su Jinhe and Su Yi have not returned yet. We do not have enough manpower. We need more people to clear this place quickly. We just need to delay the hungry wolves that are coming to support us. Once the people here are done with the hungry wolves, they will immediately come to support us. We don't have much time. Are you going or not? With that, he took a few steps forward. The blood-stained blade was gripped tightly by him. It seemed that if he did not go, he would do something shocking. Su Yun's eyes flashed. He hesitated for a moment and nodded. If that's the case, then all right, let's go. Very good. The evil intent in Su Huangming's eyes became denser. His face became even more sinister. He squinted his eyes and took the lead. His pace was slightly faster. Su Yun's pace was slightly slower. He followed closely. Let's continue. There aren't many of them left. An inner sect disciple looked at the direction Su Huangming left in and shouted to the crowd. Everyone killed even more ferociously. In the depths of the forest, Su Yun looked around. Carrying the 1,000 deep sword, he carefully walked in. The forest was extremely quiet. There was no sound in the surroundings. Not even the sound of the wind could be heard. It was strangely quiet. Even the sound of breathing could be heard. This place should be quite a distance away from the Su family and the Jaded Claws wolves. Let's do it here. Su Yun, who was walking in front, suddenly turned around and looked at Su Huangming, who was following behind. Oh! Su Huangming raised his head. Looking at him, he revealed a look of surprise. What do you mean here? Settle it here. Su Yun laughed. Didn't you want to kill me? Didn't you call me here just to kill me? Killing me in front of everyone is not a good thing, isn't it? Seems like you've sensed everything. Su Huangming held his forehead. Shaking his head, he laughed bitterly. I actually thought you didn't sense anything. What a blunder. Heh, you're really good at acting. Just SOSO. Since you know I want to kill you, you still dare to follow me here. Su Huangming's eyes were still filled with laziness and viciousness. His tone was calm and unhurried. If I didn't come, you're not allowed to kill me on the spot. Su Yun said. Oh, Su Huangming was a little surprised. Su Yun could even see this? Entering the Jaded Claws forest, your goal is to kill me, right? Su Yun said, luring the wolves over, creating chaos, then killing me in the chaos. When the time comes, reporting to the Su family that I died in the wolves' mouths, pushing the blame away. That's perfect, isn't it? That's right. Su Huangming did not hide anything. He confidently admitted, since you've seen through my intentions, why do you still dare to show yourself? Why aren't you escaping? Escape? Why should I escape? Su Yun shook his head. I didn't say I'm afraid of you. Ha ha ha, arrogant. Although you're concealing your strength, I can tell that you're at least a 4th-stage Spirit Intermediate disciple. But you're definitely not a 7th-stage Spirit Intermediate disciple. If you're not a 7th-stage Spirit Intermediate disciple, I'll treat you as a 6th-stage Spirit Intermediate disciple. In my eyes, you're nothing more than withered grass in the wind. You're not afraid of me? Very soon, I'll make you afraid of me. Su Huangming squinted his eyes and revealed a playful smile. Hearing that, Su Yun was silent for a moment. Then he suddenly said, Su Zhenhe and Su Yi are dead. Su Huangming was stunned. Oh, I killed them. Su Yun said again. So what? I lured the wolves over. You said it before. Didn't you realize? Their numbers are twice that of the Su family. What can this prove? Su Huangming's eyes flashed with a trace of seriousness. His heart was filled with an indescribable uneasiness. Su Yun reached his hand out from his storage ring and took out a pitch-black sword. The sword was sheathed. The sword hilt and the body of the sheath were covered with strange patterns. It looked terrifying. Waves of evil qi rippled out from the sword. Su Huangming's hand that was holding onto the sword tightened. If you were to create chaos, you would at most attract a dozen Jaded Claws hungry wolves. The outer sect disciples of the Su family have never seen a Jaded Claws hungry wolf before. Most of them are below the 1st stage of the Spirit Intermediate disciple realm. Most of the information about the Jaded Claws hungry wolves came from rumors. Their hearts were already fearful of them. If you attracted a dozen wolves, it would be enough to cause chaos in the entire group. Moreover, it would be easy to control. That way, you can kill me with sufficient manpower. But now, I have attracted 100 wolves. That means that the Su family has joined in the battle. The inner sect disciples cannot just stand by and watch. They are short on manpower. Adding on to the fact that I killed Su Zhenhe and Su Yi, the inner sect disciples have lost 2 experts. As such, it is impossible for the inner sect disciples to coordinate with you to attack me and kill me. Su Yun said blandly. Su Huangming's face darkened. What does this mean? This means that you can only kill me alone. Su Yun's eyes congealed. A trace of cold qi rippled between his eyebrows. You think I can't kill you? Su Huangming already understood Su Yun's intention. He did all of this just to allow Su Huangming to kill him alone. That way, he would have a chance. Counterattack? I don't know. Su Yun shook his head. Carrying the pitch-black sword, he walked towards Su Huangming step by step. I only know, in a while, I will announce to the Su family. Our leader, Su Huangming, has already died in the mouth of the Jaded Claws hungry wolves. With that last word, Su Yun's qi suddenly changed. His entire person was like an explosion of fireworks. The death sword was not out of its sheath, but he waved his arms and leaped forward. Sword in sheath, he slashed towards Su Huangming. Such arrogance. I want you to die. Seeing that the sword was not out of its sheath, Su Huangming was enraged. His long sword exploded with waves of deep blue qi and clashed with the black sword. Dong! One sword and one blade clashed. Both of them retreated 10 steps. Su Huangming's face flashed a trace of surprise. He never thought that a small outer sect disciple would have such a high cultivation level. Wasn't he the trash that was chased out of the inner sect? Wasn't he the 18-year-old trash that had not even entered the 7th stage of the spirit novice realm? Why was his cultivation level so high now? Su Huangming did not know and did not want to know. He only had one thought in his mind, which was to chop this arrogant bastard into pieces. He roared and activated his mystical technique. The long sword in his hand suddenly burst forth with a large amount of profound spirit qi and wrapped around the blade. The blade of the long sword suddenly expanded by a few times. Following that, Su Huangming swung his arm, and the huge blade swept across. A few trees were directly cut in half, and with a force that could cut through gold and stone, it slashed towards Su Yun's waist. When the long sword arrived, the black sword moved and blocked the edge of the blade. Su Huangming's eyes flashed with a fierce look. The corner of his mouth revealed a sinister look. Suddenly, both of his arms swelled up a few times. Following that, the swollen area suddenly retreated. A large amount of ferocious, profound spirit qi struck the edge of the long sword. The edge of the blade was as though it was brand new. Suddenly, it released a sharp aura. The sharp aura seemed to be able to cut through the void. But, dong! The edge of the blade collided with the body of the sword. It was not like what Su Huangming had imagined. The sword was destroyed and the person died. Instead, it produced a loud sound. He blocked it. Su Huangming's expression froze. He muttered, "This is impossible." Chapter 104. Divine Star Slash. This was Su Huangming's signature technique. It was a middle-grade mystical technique passed down by his father, forcefully compressing the qi on the blade edge, forming a thin qi blade. Then, he pushed the blade edge to attack. The qi blade was not a random attack, but aimed at the opponent's density. It could be said that this technique was incomparably sharp. Cutting through gold and stone was like cutting through paper. But, however, Su Yun blocked it. Without a doubt, this sword was definitely not an ordinary item. Su Huangming thought to himself, where did Su Yun get such a treasured sword from? With such high hardness, it had to be at least a purple rank or above. Just as Su Huangming was feeling suspicious, he saw the man's palm suddenly move. His left hand touched the sword sheath on his back. Suddenly, he pulled out a green sword and attacked Su Huangming's head. Dual swords. Su Huangming quickly retreated. Both his legs moved quickly. With every step, the ground cracked a little. Avoiding the attack range of the sword, Su Huangming raised his blade again and slashed in the air. Boom! A crescent-shaped qi blade burst out from the edge of the saber. Spirit qi was released. To an expert like Su Huangming, this was already a simple mystical technique. It was not considered brilliant. But when the qi blade flew over, Su Huangming did not stop. He took a step forward and followed the qi blade. The blade edge emitted bursts of red light. With every step he took, the ground would shake. With every step he took, the shaking became more and more intense. It was as though while he was running, the true divine spirit qi in his body started to become restless and revolved. When he got close to Su Yun, Su Huangming's strength had already reached a stage that made people speechless. He raised his blade up high and stared passionately at Su Yun, who was about to block the qi blade. His eyes revealed a tinge of madness. Compared to Su Huangming, Su Kuang, Su Nanyi, and the rest were nothing. Regardless of aura, mystical techniques, or ruthlessness, the two of them could not be compared to Su Huangming. This was the true expert of the Su family. Pooh! The qi blade was shattered by Su Yun's sword. Good chance. Su Huangming grabbed this opportunity. His eyes turned orange. With a roar, the red blade directly slashed towards Su Yun's head. It was as though he could split a mountain, as though he could split the earth. Su Yun raised his head, looked at the descending blade, but did not dodge. Feeling the vigorous energy bursting forth from the saber, his expression suddenly turned ferocious. He crossed his swords and directly faced the saber. One green and one black slanted. Dong! The edge of the blade fell on the point where the two swords intersected, and a vigorous and astonishing force exploded. With the two of them as the center, the aura spread out in all directions, and the ground instantly sank by an inch, forming a spider web of cracks. Sand and stones flew in all directions, and the trees trembled violently. The ones that were close to them were directly snapped. Both of Su Yun's feet sank into the ground. His entire body's qi and blood surged. The muscles on both his arms swelled, and his veins popped out, although it was very strenuous for him. But he held on. This is impossible. Su Huangming was stunned. His full force attack was actually blocked by this person. Isn't his cultivation lower than mine? Why was he able to block his attack head-on? This was impossible. This was absolutely impossible. Su Huangming's mind was in a mess as he pressed down on his arms like a madman. The quality of these two swords was actually not bad. That sharp saber with boundless force, not to mention crushing it. Even crushing it would be incomparably difficult. The two of them fell into a stalemate. Just then, Su Yun suddenly pulled out the green sword and flung it in the air. Following that, he held onto the black sword with both hands and blocked Su Huangming's big saber. Without waiting for Su Huangming to think, he saw the green sword that was flung out turn in the air and actually flew up. After it spun a few rounds, the surface of the sword was covered with a layer of extremely sharp qi. Following that, it shot towards Su Huangming's back like a rocket. What? Su Huangming turned pale with fright. He hurriedly retracted his strength to dodge. Once he retreated, he lost all his attacks. It was difficult for him to quickly switch to defense. Thus, Su Yun gained the upper hand. The black sword in the scabbard fiercely pierced toward his chest. Although there was a scabbard, even the scabbard was covered with pure divine spirit qi. Su Huangming's chest was pierced with a bloody hole. The green sword missed, but it did not stop. It turned around again and attacked Su Huangming. Su Yun held onto the black sword tightly and pressed forward, not giving Su Huangming a chance to catch his breath. Su Huangming hurriedly retreated. His eyes occasionally stared at the green sword flying in the air. Then, he turned to stare at Su Yun, who was holding onto the black sword. His mind was in a mess. A rumor flashed past his mind. This flying sword can actually kill the enemy. You are limitless, Sword Lord? Su Huangming said in fear. His pupils constricted. Su Yun did not say a word. His body exploded. Once again, he rushed forward. The green sword that was spinning in the air also revolved around his back. One from the front and one from the back, they attacked. Controlling the sword to kill the enemy was a divine technique. The only people who could control the divine sword were the people from the Immortal Sword sect. But the majority of the people from the Immortal Sword sect could not control the sword to kill the enemy. How could Su Yun do it? The black sword, the sword sheath, controlling the sword to attack the enemy. Didn't all of these fit the current limitless Sword Lord? And just now, when he was luring the wolf pack, wasn't the person wearing the black Blade Master clothes and the broken mask the limitless Sword Lord was wearing? It's him. It must be him. Su Huangming was sure that he understood all of this. He never thought that the trash who was banished to the outer sect would be so powerful. Thinking about how the limitless Sword Lord killed the Blood Soul Demon in the Purple Star Academy, Su Huangming's entire body trembled uncontrollably. His fighting spirit dropped by 30%. What kind of person was the Blood Soul Demon? Killing him was as easy as killing an ant. But he died in the hands of the limitless Sword Lord. It was obvious that the limitless Sword Lord was much stronger than the Blood Soul Demon. Su Yun actually had such power. Was he Su Yun, or was he the limitless Sword Lord? Su Huangming was completely dumbfounded. Seeing that his enemy was in a mess, Su Yun did not dare to stop. He held the death sword in one hand and used the sword sheath as the blade to pierce forward. The Thousand Deep Sword also responded without any mercy. Su Huangming, who had lost his will to fight, did not dare to continue fighting with Su Yun. His immense strength, strange techniques, and thick, profound spirit chi were enough to prove how strong he was. Maybe the weak chi he felt was fake. His strength must be very strong. Spirit core disciple? Spirit soul disciple? Su Huangming did not dare to imagine. He hurriedly dodged, but it was too late. He dodged the attack from the green sword behind him, but his abdomen was hit by the black sword. His skin and flesh were torn, and a bloody hole appeared. He was in so much pain that his entire body was twitching. But he did not care about the pain. He turned and ran. Seeing that, Su Yun threw out the death sword again. Together with the 1,000 deep sword, he released his pure divine spirit chi and controlled the two swords to attack Su Huangming. Su Huangming had suffered losses consecutively. In addition, his state of mind was in a mess. He was afraid of Su Yun. How could he still fight? He could only retreat frantically and run towards the direction of the Su family. At this moment, only by escaping would he have a chance of survival. In terms of speed, how could he compare to the swords that were flying in the air? The two swords flew out at an unbelievably fast speed. Very quickly, they neared Su Huangming and pierced towards him. Su Huangming felt a cold sword intent coming from behind him. He hurriedly turned and slashed. The heavy black sword was knocked away, but the 1,000 deep sword took the opportunity to pierce forward and cut him to the ground. Su Huangming rolled a few rounds on the ground. A bloody hole appeared on his body and fresh blood flowed out. He crawled up with difficulty. His face was extremely pale. His eyes were filled with fear. The calmness from before was nowhere to be seen. He wanted to pick up the blazing long sword, but he was stepped on by a foot. He raised his head and saw Su Yun standing quietly in front of him. The two swords revolved around his body. Su Huangming bit his lower lip. He did not know what to say. "Why do you want to kill me?" Su Yun asked softly. "You touch my people." Su Huangming hesitated for a while and said, "Just because of that." Su Yun was silent. After a while, he asked, "Although you are high up in the inner sect, you are still an inner sect disciple. If you were to kill the disciples of the Su family, you would definitely not have a good ending. You dare to do it so boldly. I'm afraid there is someone supporting you from behind, right? Tell me, who is the person supporting you? If you tell me, I will cripple you, but not kill you. Crippling me is equivalent to killing me." Su Huangming said. Without cultivation, he would rather die than live. "Then what do you want? You want me to let you go? Will you believe me?" "I won't." "Then isn't that enough? So I won't say." Su Huangming suddenly laughed. His pair of dim eyes squinted. "You really won't say?" "Yes," he said softly. Su Yun nodded. After hesitating for a while, he moved his leg away from the big sword on the ground. Su Huangming secretly raised his eyes. He held the sword hilt in his hand. Slowly, he pulled the sword out. His eyes flashed with a strange light. At this time, Su Yun suddenly waved his hand. The 1,000 deep sword immediately flew into his hand and slashed downwards. His movements were as smooth as water, sinister and ruthless. He was extremely decisive. He had no intention of holding back at all. Su Huangming's eyes widened. He hurriedly raised his sword to block, but his speed was too slow. Before he could even lift his sword, Poochie, the 1,000 deep sword fell. Su Huangming's head was directly chopped off. He rolled a few rounds on the ground. His body was covered in dust. Then, fresh blood spurted out. Su Yun's body was covered in blood. He looked at the dead Su Huangming expressionlessly. His heart sank. Su Huangming was dead. But his death did not let Su Yun relax, because behind Su Huangming's back, there were other people who wanted him dead. This matter had not been resolved yet. The death sword flew back into the storage ring. The 1,000 deep sword went back into the sword sheath. Su Yun stood at the same spot for a while. He rummaged through Su Huangming's body. He took out some supplies and treasures and threw them into his storage ring. Then, he dragged his body into the bushes at the side. He covered it well. Then, he grabbed some dust from the ground. He scratched his clothes, face, hair. After everything was settled, he rushed towards the Su family's troops. He tried his best to make his expression look as though he was terrified. Both his eyes were wide open. His expression was distorted. He looked like he was terrified. Then, he maintained this look and approached the Sioux family troops. At this moment, the Sioux family troops had already started to clean up the battlefield. The ground was littered with the corpses of the Jaded Claws wolves. Fresh blood flowed like a river. Other than the 100-plus Jaded Claws wolves from before, there were more than 10 who came to support. There were no deaths on the Sioux family side, but there were a few who were heavily injured and were receiving treatment. The intersect disciples of the Sioux family led the troops to clean up the battlefield. At the same time, they were waiting for Su Huang Ming's arrival. A few intersect disciples exchanged glances. They were all clear about each other. In a while, they were afraid that only one person would return. Su. Just then, hurried and frantic footsteps came from the small path that led deep into the forest. "Young master is here," an intersect disciple called out. Everyone stood up and looked over at the same time, only to see a figure rushing out from there. When the figure came out, he panicked. He cried out bitterly, "Young Master Huangming! Young Master is dead." Chapter 105. Su Yun. One of them fixed his gaze on it and was instantly dumbfounded. The person who rushed out was not the Su Huangming they were hoping for, but the Su Yun who they thought would definitely die. What was going on? Where was young Master Huangming? A few of the intersect disciples were stunned and looked at each other in shock. "Su Yun, what are you talking about?" One of the intersect disciples anxiously shouted. "What did you just say? What happened to young Master Huangming? What happened to him?" "He's already dead." Su Yun's eyes overflowed with a few tears. He extended his hand to wipe them and said in grief, "We were attacked by a large number of hungry wolves, and there were many wolf heads. There were too many hungry wolves. Just relying on young Master Huangming and I, it was impossible to defend against them. We were surrounded by a pack of wolves, and young Master Huangming was injured. He was unable to escape from the wolf pack. For everyone's safety, young Master Huangming broke out of the encirclement for me and covered my retreat. He allowed me to escape from the wolves' mouths and report to everyone so that everyone could quickly leave this place and leave the Jaded Claws forest." What? With that, everyone was stunned. No one expected that the main person in charge, Su Huangming, would actually die in the hands of the hungry Jaded Claws wolves. "Impossible." One of the intersect disciples gloomily said, "The hungry Jaded Claws wolves were only at the first stage of the spirit intermediate disciple realm. Young Master Huangming was at least at the 7th stage of the spirit intermediate disciple realm. There was a difference of 6 stages between them. How could he be killed by the hungry Jaded Claws wolves? You're obviously lying. There were more than 1,000 wolves, and there were many wolf heads. Young Master Huangming's body was made of flesh and blood. How could he fight against such a frightening number of hungry wolves?" Just as the disciple questioned, Su Yun cried out in grief, "Young Master Huangming cannot die in vain. Everyone, quickly leave this place." Hearing that, the disciple was speechless. "You said there were more than 1,000 hungry wolves. Why didn't I hear any movement from the wolf pack?" Someone questioned again. "The wolf pack is still a distance away from here. Naturally, they can't hear you. Everyone, quickly leave. The smell of blood will definitely attract the wolf pack. If you're late, it'll be bad." Su Yun said again, "Impossible. Everything you said is fake." The intersect disciples did not seem to give up and shouted, "Why don't you believe me?" Su Yun restrained his sorrowful expression and asked, "Because..." The intersect disciple was about to spit out his words, but they were stuck in his throat. None of the intersect people would believe that Su Huangming would protect Su Yun from the wolf pack. Because the main reason why Su Huangming brought Su Yun there was to kill Su Yun. Save Su Yun? This was impossible. The intersect people did not know how to explain the situation. After all, there were so many outer sect disciples. If this matter were to spread, the consequences would be serious. These intersect people were all Su Huangming's men. Su Yun knew what they were questioning, but as long as Su Yun refused to admit it, they would not be able to do anything to him. If that's the case, then we must see Master Huangming's corpse. Finally, someone said something crucial. If he could see the corpse, the truth would naturally be revealed. I'm afraid the corpse has already entered the wolf's belly. Then let's take a look at these hungry wolves. The inner sect disciple seemed to be angry and snorted, "I don't believe it. Why would there be so many hungry wolves for no reason? We must confirm if this matter is true, and not just your side of the story." "Yes, we must confirm that what you said is true. We have so many people. Even if we meet a hungry wolf, we can't fight it, but can't we run?" The few inner sect disciples shouted. Su Yun heard, but did not oppose, and nodded. "Since everyone thinks that my word are just my side of the story, then I have nothing else to say. If you guys want to go, then go. But let me say this first. You guys go, I will not go. There's so many hungry wolves, and I, Su Yun, am weak. I'm not their opponent. I will leave the forest and wait outside the Jaded Claws forest for the masters of the inner sect." After saying that, he turned his head to the other outer sect disciples and shouted, "What about everyone? Are you willing to follow them into the depths of the forest to see if there are any Jaded Claws wolves, or wait outside the forest with me?" The outer sect disciples hesitated. Usually, they would listen to the inner sect disciples and did not dare to disobey them. But now, it was a matter of life and death, and it was not a small matter. I will wait outside the forest. I don't want to see these hungry wolves anymore." An injured disciple shouted first. I will go too. "Young masters of the inner sect, your strength is high, and your body is full of treasures and medicines. We cannot compare. I will wait outside the forest." "Me too." The outer sect disciples of the Su family all expressed their stance. No one was willing to accompany the rest of the inner sect disciples into the depths of the forest. Regardless of whether Su Yun's words were true or false, at least Su Huangming did not arrive, and most likely died. Why would these outer sect disciples risk their lives for a dead person? Su Huangming was not important in their hearts. Seeing that the outer sect disciples refused to go, the inner sect disciples also hesitated. If the outer sect disciples were willing to go, they would not be afraid. After all, there were many people, but now there were only 10 inner sect disciples. If what Su Yun said was true, then they would be finished. One person against 100 hungry wolves? Even if they had Su Huangming's strength, it would still be very difficult. Seeing this situation, the inner sect disciples hesitated for a while. Finally, everyone chose to give up. As a result, the news of Su Huangming dying in the mouth of the hungry wolves was confirmed. An inner sect disciple rode his horse back to the Su family and reported the news. The rest of the people continued on their journey towards Taiching Lakeside. After Su Huangming's death, there was a need to elect a new person in charge. Su Yun could take up the responsibility. Although he was not an inner sect disciple, his strength was obvious. Defeating an inner sect disciple and accidentally killing Su Kuang was enough for him to have an extremely high prestige. But Su Yun did not want to take on more responsibilities. He did not want to care about too many things, so he let the strongest inner sect disciple, Su Guanhai, take up the responsibility. Of course, Su Guanhai's appointment was supported by Su Yun. After all, among the inner sect disciples, only he did not have a deep relationship with Su Huangming. Now that Su Huangming was dead, he would not offend Su Yun because of the grievances between Su Huangming and Su Yun. The rest of the journey would be peaceful. Su Huangming was dead. If he died in the mouth of the hungry wolves, then it was fine. But if he did not die in the mouth of the hungry wolves, but was killed by someone, then there would be a story behind it. The rest of the inner sect disciples did not dare to provoke Su Yun. No one brought up this matter again. A few days later, the Su family's troops finally neared Taiching Lakeside. They arrived at Snowtang City, which was less than half a day's journey away from Taiching Lakeside. "Captain Guanhai, the fish hunt will begin the day after tomorrow. At that time, all the heroes and sect from all over the place will gather. The master of Taiching Monastery will lure them out and attack them together. It's useless for us to go to Taiching Lakeside now. Why don't we rest here in Snowtang City for a day? Tomorrow, we'll go to Taiching Lakeside and meet up with the other powers." At this time, an outer sect disciple rode his horse to Su Guanhai's side and said respectfully, Su-yin looked up and saw that this monkey-like man with a buzz cut was actually Su Kang. Su Kang's cultivation level was not high, but he was shrewd. He had some fame in the outer sect. It was said that he had a close relationship with Su Qiange and had always been taken care of by Su Qiange. Hearing this, the outer sect disciples all felt that it was reasonable and quickly agreed. Captain Guanhai, Su Kang is right. Let's rest here. I'm afraid there are many heroes gathered in Tai Ching Monastery. If we go to Tai Ching Monastery, I'm afraid it will be inconvenient for us to stay. Let's rest in Snow Tang City for a day. Everyone said one after another. A few inner sect disciples could not bear to see the outer sect disciples making a ruckus. Their faces darkened, and one of them shouted, "What's with the ruckus? Where's the propriety? Who are you? How dare you influence the captain's decision? All of you, shut up." When the outer sect disciples heard this, they immediately shivered. No one dared to speak again. After offending the inner sect disciples, there would be endless trouble. Su Guanhai did not speak. He lowered his head and thought about something. Actually, he also understood the reason why the outer sect disciples would say that. It was because the Tai Ching Monastery was too dry and boring. How could it be more interesting than Snow Tang City? It was rare to leave the Su family, and after the bloody battle in the Jaded Claws Forest, everyone was exhausted and wanted to relax. However, the inner sect disciples liked to establish their prestige in front of the outer sect disciples. If they agreed, they would lose face. Su Guanhai was a little hesitant. Let's rest in Snow Tang City for a day. At this time, a voice came out. The inner sect disciple's face darkened. He immediately turned his gaze. He wanted to see who was so daring to be so presumptuous at this time. But the person who spoke was Su-yin. The inner sect disciple's face immediately swelled like a pig's liver. He wanted to say something, but stopped. Su-yin was not a normal outer sect disciple. Even a normal inner sect disciple was not his opponent. How could he dare to offend him? Seeing that the inner sect disciple was defeated, the outer sect disciples felt refreshed. One by one, they started to worship Su-yin. It was not easy for an outer sect disciple to force an inner sect disciple to this stage. But Su-yin did not think so. He was thinking along the way, so he did not pay attention to the conversation between the inner and outer sect disciples. It was only when he was distracted that he heard Su Kang's words that he spoke. He came in a hurry and did not have a plan to obtain the heavenly scale divine eye. Hence, he needed a day to plan and prepare. There were many things that the Su family's outer sect shop did not have in stock. This Snow Tang City was considered a bustling city. There was a branch of the Sky Sun auction house. Most of the things that were needed were complete. It was convenient to buy things. If he went to Tai Ching Temple, it would be very difficult to prepare things. The inner sect disciples looked at each other. Everyone's eyes were filled with anger, but no one said a word. Su Guanhai nodded indifferently and said, "All right, since Su-yin has said so, then let's go to Snow Tang City to rest for a day." Along the way, everyone has used up a lot of medicinal pills. Once we enter Snow Tang City, everyone can go pick some good medicinal pills and prepare for the battle the day after tomorrow. Yes, Captain Guanhai. The outer sect disciples of the Su family were elated. Everyone quickened their pace and headed towards Snow Tang City. After entering the city, it was really bustling. It was already dusk, but the streets of the city were still filled with people. It was very lively. The hawkers and shops on both sides of the road were crowded. Business was booming. Many farmers and hunters brought all kinds of materials and beast corpses to sell. There were also many spirit cultivators selling treasures that they did not need. Let's find a place to rest first. Su Guanhai said, Captain, I've been here before. I know of a good spirit cultivation inn in the city. Shall I bring you there? Su Kang came over and said with a cheeky smile. Su Guanhai nodded. Su Kang hurriedly led the way. Very soon, the Su family team arrived in front of the inn. How family inn? Su Guanhai looked at the golden words on the signboard of the luxurious inn and frowned as he read it out. This name is really good at taking advantage of others. An inner sect disciple at the side snorted and then called out to an outer sect disciple. You go and arrange the rooms. Yes. The outer sect disciple did not dare to delay. He immediately got off his horse and walked into the inn. Everyone waited outside the inn and chatted in low voices. The women were talking about the beautiful treasures and accessories here. The men were either talking about their cultivation level or admiring the female cultivators who came and went. Their gazes were not honest. After about the time it took to burn a stick of incense. Bang! At this time, a muffled sound came from the inn. Following that, a figure flew out of the inn and directly fell outside the door. Ouch! That person fell heavily on the ground and rolled a few times. There was blood at the corner of his mouth. He was in so much pain that his entire body was trembling. He could not even stand up. The Su family was stunned. They all looked over and saw that this person was the outer sect disciple of the Su family who had just entered the inn. What happened? Su Wan Hai asked in shock. Chapter 106. The Su family members all dismounted from their horses. A few outer sect disciples hurriedly ran over and helped the outer sect disciple who was in so much pain that he was trembling. They roughly checked his wound and saw that the wound on his abdomen still had waves of gold attribute wild blade chi. This chi was like a small whirlpool, twisting the flesh on his abdomen and twisting his internal organs. Although the chi was not strong and not fatal, it was enough to make him wish he was dead. Young masters, the outer sect disciple helplessly asked for help from the inner sect disciples. The outer sect disciples had low cultivation levels and were afraid that they would not be able to withstand this wild blade chi. Only the inner sect disciples could withstand it. However, no one paid attention to this cry for help. The inner sect disciples all looked towards the inn. Only Su Guan Hai dismounted from his horse and quickly walked over. After checking on the outer sect disciples' injuries, he immediately activated his profound spirit chi and covered his abdomen to offset the force of the attack. The other inner sect disciples rode their horses towards the entrance of the inn. A few of them formed an arc and surrounded the entrance of the inn. The leader of the inner sect disciples, Su Yukong, rushed towards the entrance of the inn and shouted, "Which bastard dares to touch our Su family's people?" The inner sect disciples were used to being arrogant in the Su family and could not tolerate anyone humiliating them. Although they were not interested in standing up for the outer sect disciple, they would not allow anyone to disrespect them. Where did this bunch of dolls come from? So noisy, what's all this noise about? Do you believe that I will send you all out of Snow Tang City? A rough voice shouted. Following that, a group of spirit cultivators wearing brown leather armor walked out from the entrance of the inn. This group of people were all tall and strong. Regardless of male or female, they all had arrogant expressions. Every one of them had an extremely large blade on their waist or back. Some of the blades were extremely wide, almost 2 feet long. The heavy blades were sheathed in their sheaths. Just by looking at them, one could tell that they were not light. They were full of vigor and could suppress the Su family members. "You are..." A few of the inner sect disciples were stunned. Su Yukong asked, "You are from the Relentless Heart Pavilion. Oh, you guys have some foresight." The leader of the group, Zhu Xingshi, sneered. He had a big bald head. His face was full of meat. His entire body was bulging, and his bare arms were bulging like small hills. What happened? Su Guan Hai removed the wild blade chi on the abdomen of the outer sect disciple and said to the disciple with a pale face, "Captain, I entered the door to ask for a room, but these guys wouldn't let me. They said they wanted to book the entire inn and told me to scram. I said I was a member of the Su clan, and in the end, they beat me. They even said they were beating a member of the Su clan." This outer sect disciple said with a sobbing tone, "This is too much. Are all the people from Relentless Heart Pavilion so arrogant?" The outer sect disciples were enraged. Su Yin looked at the tense situation from behind and did not say anything. He stood alone and watched from behind. From the token hanging on their waists, this should be inner disciples of Relentless Heart Pavilion. Inner court disciple? Are these all? Su Yukong was secretly shocked. The inner sect disciple at the side nodded. There were more than 20 people from the Relentless Heart Pavilion, and they were all inner house disciples. If there was a conflict between the two sides, the Su clan would definitely be at a disadvantage. "Hey, I'll talk." The leader of the Relentless Heart Pavilion, Zhu Xingshi, shouted again. I say, you bunch of dolls better scram. We'll book this inn. If you want to go, go to another inn. If you dare to come here again, I'll beat you up so badly that even your parents won't be able to recognize you. Ha ha! The group of Relentless Heart Pavilion people laughed without a care in the world. Bastard! Su Yukong's entire body trembled. Su Guanhai did not make a sound. No one knew his decision. Come, let's go in and drink. After Zhu Xingshi laughed, he waved his hand and said, Go, go, go. Senior brother, today I'll definitely make you drunk. The disciples of Relentless Heart Pavilion laughed and shouted. Seeing this group of people looking down on them, as intersect disciples of the Su clan, Su Yukong and the rest were already mad with anger. They clenched their teeth, their faces contorted, and their bodies trembled. Finally, Su Yukong could not take it anymore. With a loud roar, he jumped from the spirit stallion and rushed towards Zhu Xingshi. Relentless Heart Pavilion bastard, don't look down on me. Take this. With that, Su Yukong gathered all the profound spirit chi in his fist and shot towards Zhu Xingshi like a cannonball. Zhu Xingshi, who had his arms around the shoulders of his fellow sect disciples, had a face full of smiles. It was as if he already knew that the Su clan would have such a move. The chi in his body was released immediately. With a laugh, he turned around and punched. The golden wild blade chi wrapped around his fist and hit Su Yukong's body. The wind from the punch was like a lion's roar. Its grandeur was out of the ordinary. With one punch, before the fist even reached, the force had already hit Su Yukong's body. Su Yukong's expression changed slightly. He hurriedly changed the direction of his punch and hit towards Zhu Xingshi's huge fist. Bang! Both fists collided, but Zhu Xingshi's body did not move an inch. The wind from the punch was strong, and it was not dissipated by this attack. On the other hand, Su Yukong was completely different. His body was shaking nonstop, his face was pale, and the chi in his body was frantically moving. In the end, it completely dissipated. The remaining force from Zhu Xingshi's fist began to affect his body. In the next moment, Su Yukong's entire body flew out and landed on the ground fiercely. His head and face were covered in dirt, and he was in a sorry state. Su Yukong stood up with a face full of anger. But before he could stand up straight, he tasted something sweet in his throat and spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. Seeing this situation, everyone knew the difference between the two parties. Sneak attack from behind and still can't beat him. Our senior Zhu's power is really unfathomable. Ha! This bunch of rascals from the Su clan only have this much ability? They can't even hurt senior Zhu half an inch with sneak attacks? Aren't they a little too weak? Speaking of which, what are these rascals doing here? Don't tell me they're here to participate in the fish hunt? It can't be just based on them? Hurry up and go back to the Su family to drink milk. They can really lose. Ha ha. A bunch of Relentless Heart Pavilion people laughed out loud. Their expressions were filled with disdain and ridicule. Damn it, the Su clan was completely enraged. But no one dared to stand out. Su Yukong was an inner sect disciple, and his power was at the second stage of the spirit intermediate disciple realm. Against Zhu Xingshi, he actually lost in one move. It was enough to show that Zhu Xingshi was at least at the third stage of the spirit intermediate disciple realm. The outer sect disciples had no chance of winning against Zhu Xingshi. Even a portion of the inner sect disciples could not take advantage of him. If only young Master Huangming was here. He is at the seventh stage of the spirit intermediate disciple realm. How could he not be Zhu Xingshi's opponent? A few of the inner sect disciples clenched their fists and said angrily. The scene was rather awkward. A few passers-by stopped and looked from afar. They were discussing. Many of the spirit cultivators recognized the identities of the two parties. They cupped their hands and watched the show. My friends from the Relentless Heart Pavilion, isn't this a little too much? Suddenly, a voice came out. Everyone looked towards the direction of the voice. The person who spoke was the captain of the Su family, Su Guanhai. What are you? Zhu Xingshi snorted. Furthermore, we, the Relentless Heart Pavilion, do not make friends with the weak. Don't try to get close to us. Is that so? Su Guanhai walked over slowly. Between his brows, there was a trace of anger. Su Yun, who was behind the crowd, looked at him quietly. He could not help but think. Truthfully, Su Guanhai gave him the impression that he was as calm as water. He stood aloof from worldly affairs. If not for Su Yun's recommendation, he would not have become the captain of this team. But his popularity was not bad. Regardless of whether it was the inner sect or the outer sect, they were all convinced. Seeing Su Guanhai's fearless attitude towards Zhu Xingshi, it could be seen that his strength was not bad. Since that's the case, then Guanhai would like to learn a few moves from Senior Xingshi. Su Guanhai did not speak any nonsense. He immediately revealed his intentions. Zhu Xingshi heard and hugged his chest as he laughed. He extended one hand and pointed his finger at Su Guanhai. Then, he hooked his finger, "Come on," and so Su Guanhai moved. His speed was not fast. It could be seen that his profound spirit chi was not like Su Yukong's sword cultivator's swift wind spirit chi. Zhu Xingshi's wild blade spirit chi was extremely destructive. Su Yukong was at a disadvantage when he collided with Zhu Xingshi's fist. Not to mention that Zhu Xingshi's cultivation level was higher than his. Even if his cultivation level was the same as his, he would not be able to gain any advantage. But Su Guanhai walked toward him casually. His steps were steady and steady. His left and right were even. He moved closer and closer. God Shadow steps? That's a high-level step technique from our inner sect's mystical technique chamber. Some of the inner sect disciples exclaimed. I didn't expect Captain Guanhai to exchange for such a mystical technique. Although Su Guanhai's steps were light and nimble, his body swayed and formed layers of illusions. Zhu Xing sure could not pinpoint his exact position. Seems like you have some skills. Zhu Xing sure snorted. He fixed his eyes on one point and immediately threw a punch. The extremely ferocious wild blade spirit chi was accompanied by the sounds of metal spears and armor horses. He predicted that this punch would definitely hit. Bada! Just as the fist was about to hit, a palm suddenly wrapped around his iron fist. Everyone was stunned. Looking at the palm, it was actually from Su Guanhai. It's the frigid aqua spirit chi. The spectators at the side shouted. The spirit chi was mutually reinforcing and restraining. Such a strong wild blade spirit chi. Although it was best to restrain the wood attributed spirit life chi, the frigid aqua spirit chi was not weak either. Using softness to overcome hardness. This palm immediately dissipated the wild blade spirit chi on Zhu Xingshi's fist, leaving nothing behind. Following that, pung, a palm struck towards Zhu Xingshi's chest. The frigid aqua spirit chi in the palm was like a whirlpool twisting around his chest. It was just like what Zhu Xingshi and the others did to the outer sect disciple. Zhu Xingshi's chest was in extreme pain, and he could not help but retreat. No one expected that Su Guanhai would be so unfathomable, especially the inner sect disciples. All of them were stunned. I did not expect Su Guanhai to have such strength. I'm afraid his cultivation is at least at the 5th stage of the spirit intermediate disciple realm. He's not simple. Su Yin quietly watched Su Guanhai's actions. His expression became serious. When experts exchanged blows, it involved many exquisite and peerless techniques. If he could learn one or two of them, it would definitely be beneficial. Chapter 107. The profound spirit chi was ever-changing. Everyone had their own profound spirit chi attribute. The Scarlet Star spirit chi that leaned towards fire, the true divine spirit chi that leaned towards earth, the swift wind spirit chi that leaned towards wood, the wild blade spirit chi that leaned towards metal, and the frigid aqua spirit chi that leaned towards water. Other than that, there were other types of chi attributes. For example, the demonic chi of the demon, the pure divine chi of the limitless sword sect. A few experts could also create a more suitable chi for themselves, but there were very few of them. A person with a fiery temper would be able to cultivate the Scarlet Star aura with half the effort. A person with a calm personality like still water would be most suitable to cultivate the frigid aqua aura. If it was the other way around, it would be more strenuous, and one's temperament would easily become chaotic. The Su family mainly cultivated the swift wind spirit chi. Most of them cultivated the sword spirit chi, followed by the true divine spirit chi. Those who cultivated the frigid aqua spirit chi were as rare as phoenix feathers and Qilin horns. Of course, every type of chi had its own unique characteristics. For example, a person who trained in the true divine spirit chi would have an incomparably strong body, able to withstand blades and sword without being able to pierce through his body. A person who trained in the spirit life chi would not be afraid of being injured by blades and swords. No matter how heavy the injury, he would be able to quickly heal himself. As for the frigid aqua spirit chi, it had the ability to dissolve tens of thousands of techniques, using the unchanging intent to deal with a myriad of changes. At the same time, it could also use one's own chi to fuse with other chi, achieving a healing effect. Currently, Su Guanhai was like that. He was unchanging, and using his own chi to fuse with Zhu Xingshir's wild blade chi. The dense destructive wild blade spirit chi clashed with Su Guanhai. It was like a fist hitting cotton. It was suppressed to the point that it could not be released. Zhu Xingshi retreated a few steps and was in a passive position. That relentless heart pavilion member's expression turned serious. I didn't expect the Su family to have such an expert. It seems like we have underestimated the Su family. Senior sister, let senior brother Zhu come back. A man from the Relentless Heart Pavilion said to a well-dressed, tall, and well-endowed woman. The short-haired woman shook her head and said, Senior brother Zhu won't come back. However, you guys were too careless. He only suffered a loss in the fight. This doesn't mean that senior brother Zhu is no match for Su Guanhai. Does senior brother Zhu still have a trump card? Everyone's heart skipped a beat. Just wait and see. The woman named Tu Feng was said. Zhu Xingshi suffered a loss from Su Guanhai's sneak attack, but he was not discouraged. He took a deep breath and attacked again. He clenched one hand into a fist and punched towards Su Guanhai, while his other hand secretly changed to a palm and hid. Patter! Without any suspense, Su Guanhai's palm once again wrapped around it. He neutralized this move. However, Zhu Xingshir's hidden attack was like a poisonous snake that rushed out. He did not choose to attack Su Guanhai, but directly attacked the palm that was wrapped around him. This move was decisive and had a kind of momentum that could split metal and break rocks. Su Guanhai hurriedly retracted his palm, and Zhu Xingshir's fist that was wrapped in the cloth followed the flow and struck towards Su Guanhai's chest. Su Guanhai quickly raised both of his palms and instigated the frigid aqua spirit chi in an attempt to dissolve the attack. But Zhu Xingshir's attack was exceptionally ferocious. Both of his palms struck out, one above and one below. Although Su Guanhai could dissolve the opponent's spirit chi, the opponent was attacking separately, and there was no way he could dissolve it in time. He blocked the fist from above, but the palm from below struck his lower abdomen. He hurriedly retreated, staggered, and fell to the ground. His face was pale, and it was obvious that he had suffered internal injuries. The spectators at the side watched and gasped. Although Su Guanhai's strength was not bad, his fighting power was not as good as Zhu Xingshir's. His fighting experience was also far from Zhu Xingshir's. The most important thing was that the frigid aqua spirit chi could not be fatal in a fight. On the contrary, the wild blade chi could achieve a one-hit kill effect. If Su Guanhai had used the wild blade chi previously, Zhu Xingshi would have been defeated. Ah, thanks for letting me win. Zhu Xingshi laughed and rushed towards Su Guanhai. Su Guanhai took a deep breath. His pale face did not show much anger. He pushed away the people beside him who were supporting him and tried his best to stand up. Then he bowed towards Zhu Xingshi. Senior Zhu's strength is strong, and I admire it. Since Guanhai's skills are not as good, then I shall not stay here to chat. I shall take my leave now. With that, Su Guanhai brought his men and left. Captain, are we leaving just like that? The few inner sect disciples were still unsatisfied. Our skills are not as good as them. How can we stay in the same inn with them? Su Guanhai said blandly. But if we leave, then we will lose face for the Su family. Su Yukong complained. Don't tell me you think our Su family has not lost enough face. Su Guanhai shook his head. Furthermore, we are not their opponents. If we continue to be in a stalemate, it will only get worse. Let's go. Seeing Su Guanhai's insistence, these people did not say anything else. They could only sigh and agree. Please stay. Just at this time, Zhu Xingshi suddenly shouted. The Su family was stunned. Zhu Xingshi smiled and walked forward. Although Brother Guanhai did not win me, it is not because he is not strong enough. Brother Guanhai is magnanimous, humble, and elegant. I like it. Come, you guys stay in this inn. I will let people vacate a few rooms for you guys. When the Su family heard this, they were all stunned. Su Guanhai was also stunned and quickly said, Thank you, Senior Zhu. But you guys don't have to be like this. We can go to other inns. Other inns? Ha, you guys are thinking too much. All the inns in Snowtang City have been booked by other patriarchs or sections. Every inn is a sect. You guys are late, and you want to stay in? Difficult. There's such a thing. Su Kong was shocked. Su Guanhai was silent. He turned his head to look at the surrounding crowd, seeing that there were many spirit cultivators who were influential people. After thinking for a while, he nodded his head, then respectfully bowed to Hua Zhu Xingshi and said, Since it's like that, then we will follow your orders. Guanhai represents all the clansmen to thank Senior Zhu. Ha! Just because you called me Senior Zhu. Come, let's go in and have a drink. Zhu Xingshi laughed heartily. He grabbed Su Guanhai's wrist and pulled him inside. Seeing that the two parties did not have any grudges and instead had a perfect ending, the people who were watching were disappointed. Senior sister, is this all right? Seeing that Zhu Xingshi took the initiative to ask the other party to stay, a few disciples from Relentless Heart Pavilion were unhappy. Who cares? Although your senior brother has a bad temper, he always remembers other people's small favors. Su Guanhai is indeed powerful. He retreated in order to advance. But Zhu Xingshi, that idiot, fell for it. Tu Feng shook her head and said helplessly. One by one, the Su family entered the inn, and Su Yun, from start to end, was walking at the back. He lowered his head and thought about the battle between Zhu Xingshi and Su Guanhai. Although the battle was short, the two of them used all their strength. Every move was exquisite. If he used his sword to defend, how would he fight? If he were to swap places with either one of them, how would he deal with the enemy? As he thought about it, Su Yun's fingers started to move uncontrollably. His brain started to imagine such a scene. Huh? Tu Fenghua, who was standing by the door and watching the Su family walk in, stared curiously at the tall and skinny person at the back. Her heart was startled. This person's chi was restrained. Su Yun could not tell his cultivation level. But what was his finger doing? Tu Fenghua was confused. After entering the inn, the shopkeeper who was hiding behind the counter came out with a smile. He hurriedly called for the waiter to serve the Su family. Zhu Xingshi wanted to pull Su Guanhai to drink. How could Su Guanhai not give him face? Coincidentally, there were a few people from the Su family who could hold their liquor, so he called them over. Only Su Yun was hiding in his room, cultivating. He floated the sword in the air and controlled it to fly around. Where are we? The Sword Elder's voice came out from the Limitless Sword Manual. Snowtang City's Hao Family Inn. Su Yun said, Why are we here? Mission. Oh, the Sword Elder nodded and smiled. Speaking of which, the last time I obtained the 3 elemental essence chi, this old man's spirit power doubled. I feel much better now. Congratulations, Senior. Su Yun laughed and continued to control the flying sword. What are you doing? Feeling that Su Yun's attention was focused on the flying sword, the Sword Elder was confused. Su Yun hesitated for a while and asked, Senior, the Limitless Sword Manual mainly uses chi to control the sword. Using chi to control the sword, one can practice the ultimate way of controlling the sword, right? Although what you said is very simple, but I can't say it's wrong. The Sword Elder said. Then, Senior, I would like to ask, does the first sword of the Limitless Sword Manual pay attention to any sword techniques? No. What about the second sword? Also no. If that's the case, the Limitless Sword Manual is purely used to control the sword to kill the enemy. What are you trying to say? The Sword Elder asked. If it's purely used to control the sword to kill the enemy, without any techniques, then wouldn't the Limitless Sword Manual not be as strong as I imagined? Su Yun frowned. The Sword Elder was stunned for a while. Then he laughed. Huh? Kid, why would you have such a thought? Su Yun was confused. After a long time, the Sword Elder stopped laughing and said, Kid, let me ask you, if you can control 10,000 swords and you kill a strong cultivator, how will you kill him? 10,000 swords will kill him, Su Yun said. But once the words came out, he felt that it would not be so simple. Cultivating 10,000 swords is not easy. If I reach that realm, I am afraid that the enemy I face will not be ordinary. I am afraid that ordinary swords will not be able to hurt them. Yes, the Sword Elder nodded. But at that time, the 10,000 swords will not be ordinary swords. Su Yun did not understand. What do you mean? The answer is in the sword sheath on your back. Sword sheath? Su Yun looked at it and suddenly understood. Ordinary swords rarely had a spirit, but the swords in the sword sheath each had a sword spirit, and each of them was powerful. If the 108,000 swords in the sword sheath were all subdued, what kind of terrifying method would that be? Each sword is infinitely powerful. With 10,000 swords attacking together, what kind of technique do you need? This is what it means to have no moves to win. In the face of absolute power, all so-called techniques will be useless. The Sword Elder said. Su Yun nodded, was silent for a moment, and sighed. But right now, I am still unable to cultivate 10,000 swords. I am unable to conquer all the swords in the sword sheath. I can only control 2 swords. If I meet someone stronger than me, how can I fight? Ordinary sword techniques and the Imperial sword technique are not related. This time, I was lucky to obtain the heaven-splitting sword technique, which increased the power of the Imperial sword technique. But just relying on this, it is obviously not enough. AI? Strange. Why is it that ordinary sword techniques are not related to this limitless sword arts? Kid, don't you know that all sword techniques, and even other mystical techniques, can be combined with the limitless sword arts? Su Yun heard this, and his eyes lit up. He quickly asked, Elder, please tell me. Chapter 108. The next day, Su Yun went out alone and went to the martial arts field of Snowtang City. The martial arts field of Snowtang City was already bustling with activity. Because the fish hunt was going to be held the next day, Snowtang City and Tai Ching Temple were filled with spirit cultivators from all over the place. In the martial arts field, there were many disciples from various clans and sects sparring with each other. There were very few people practicing alone. Even if they wanted practice, they would not do it here. Su Yun found a corner of the martial arts field. After paying the rental fee, he went in and started practicing with his sword. Currently, there were many sword techniques circulating in the market, but there were very few powerful ones. After spending 10,000 spirit coins, he bought the Fallen Leaves sword technique and started learning it. Su Yun, your fundamental sword techniques are very solid. Your sword intent is dense. Your profound spirit chi is abundant. And with the support of the Everlasting Stone, your perception is amazing. Practicing sword techniques will be many times faster than an ordinary person. You should practice this sword technique, and when the sword is complete, after the sword is completed, I will teach you how to use the sword technique to control the sword. Sword technique to control the sword? Su Yun was puzzled, but he did not ask. He concentrated on practicing. He asked the Sword Elder why he did not teach him some of the limitless sword sex sword techniques, but the Sword Elder could only helplessly shake his head. He claimed that his cultivation was not high enough, so he did not have the qualifications to learn. Su Yun was helpless. He could only practice the sword techniques circulating in the market. Only the inner sect of the Su family could obtain good sword techniques. At first, Su Yun's sword movements were still very jerky. But after continuous practice, it became smooth like flowing water. It is not a burden to have more techniques. Many people think that learning more is more complicated. But in the way of the sword, this saying is wrong. There are many sword techniques. There are only advantages and no disadvantages. Because the execution of sword techniques cannot be separated from a sword. Some mystical skills are released using qi as the foundation. Through the changes in hand seals and the narration of the chant, the trajectory of qi can be changed. But because it is qi, it cannot be changed at will, because when you use this mystical skill, you're using your own body as the carrier to change. Sword skills are different. Most sword skills are used to attack and can be changed at will. When a sword skill is executed halfway, it can be changed immediately. Geniuses can even suddenly change paths while executing a sword skill and forcefully link it to another sword skill. Even if you use qi to execute a sword skill, it can also be done like this. The strength of a sword is not something a human can compare to. Moreover, the sword itself is much simpler than a human's body. Qi and the sword will not conflict. If you have enough time, you can buy all the sword skills on the market and learn them. From these simple and common sword skills, you can find new and extraordinary sword skills. This is also a kind of increase in strength. Really? Suyin muttered. The limitless sword techniques are all high-level sword techniques. The lowest level sword technique is also at the earth level. If you can master these common sword techniques, I can teach you a set of limitless sword technique. All right. Su Yun's eyes lit up. His heart was filled with desire. With the motivation, he was extremely focused when he started training. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The wind from the sword blew and the cold glint flashed. In just a day's work, he had already mastered the fallen leaves sword technique. It had to be said that Su Yun's talent and training was too shocking. In the entire Sky Martial continent, there were not many people like him. When the sword technique was mastered, he would use qi as a bridge. He would wield the qi that controlled the sword to achieve the trajectory of the sword. Su Yun was thinking along the way. He was trying to figure out how to combine the limitless sword technique with normal sword techniques. Unknowingly, he had returned to the Hao family inn. Just as he returned to the inn, a series of loud shouts could be heard. What kind of dog is your Su family? You dare to challenge our relentless heart pavilion? If it wasn't for our senior Xing Shi who pitied you and let you stay in the inn, you would have long been sleeping on the streets. Bullshit. It was obviously our Captain Guanhai who gave in. If not, your Xing Shi would have long lost. He knew that his skills were not as good as ours and was ashamed. That's why he let our Su family into the inn. Scram. What do you mean by not as good as ours? If you have the guts, fight with us. F***CK. You think I'm afraid of you? The shouts could not be stopped. It was extremely explosive inside. Su Yun was stunned. He walked in and saw that the Su family and the disciples of the Relentless Heart Pavilion were divided into two groups. Each of them had their arrows drawn, and the situation was extremely urgent. What happened? Su Yun asked an outer sect disciple. Ah, it's young Master Su Yun. The disciple regained his senses and said anxiously, just now, young Master Su Yukong was eating here and heard the disciples of the Relentless Heart Pavilion talking. They were mocking young Master Su Yukong for overestimating himself and challenging Zhu Xingshi. Young Master Su Yukong was furious and went over to argue with them. In the end, he was beaten up by them. Just like that, they started fighting. Then what about Captain Guanhai and Zhu Xingshi? The two of them were drunk last night. I reckon they are not awake yet. Oh. Su Yun was silent. The shopkeeper and the waiter were so scared that they went into hiding. Who would dare to interfere in such matters? Even the mayor of Snow Tang City would not be able to do anything about it. After all, they were all from sects or families. They were not to be trifled with. He sighed and waved his hand. Tell them to disperse. Hearing that, the man's face turned masculine. This. Why would young Master Su Yukong agree? He has long been unhappy with the people of the Relentless Heart Pavilion. I'm afraid they will still have to fight. Su Yun shook his head. Even if that's the case, our powers are indeed not as good as the Relentless Heart Pavilion. Yesterday, Captain Guanhai let us leave because he saw this point. Along the way, we met with the Jaded Claws Wolves. Many of us were injured and our powers were greatly reduced. If we were to clash with the Relentless Heart Pavilion, we would definitely not be able to gain any advantage. So it's better to disperse. Su Yun, You are so greedy for life, and you still call yourself a member of the Su family? An angry voice sounded. Su Yun looked over and saw that the person who spoke was Su Yukong. It was as if he heard Su Yun's words. Immediately, he flew into a rage out of humiliation. He did not care about the situation and immediately shouted, "That's right, Su Yun. Young Master Huang Ming risked his life to save you. Yet you behave like this. What face do you have to face young Master Huang Ming in the underworld?" Another person shouted, "What face? Su Huang Ming was sent to the underworld by me." Su Yun snorted but did not make a sound. He looked at the group of people and planned to leave. This group of people were being unreasonable. He did not want to bother with them. It was better to have less trouble. It was more important to cultivate. "Heh, are all of you from the Su family so greedy for life and afraid of death? But that's true. It's better to have less trouble. I think all of you should learn from that cowardly tortoise and go back to your own rooms. Don't give me more trouble. I still want to drink." The leader of the Relentless Heart Pavilion, Li Xiong, opened his mouth and laughed. Everyone immediately held their stomachs and laughed. Cowardly tortoise? Su Yun stopped in his tracks and turned to look at him. "What are you looking at? Get lost, or else I will beat you up so badly that your mother won't recognize you." Seeing Su Yun looking at him, Li Xiong immediately shouted and wanted to shake Su Yun back. Su Yun took a deep breath and started thinking. Although his sword techniques were small, he did not have any battle experience. He could try it on them. After thinking, Su Yun walked towards the man. The Su family all opened their eyes wide and looked at Su Yun in confusion. The people from the Relentless Heart Pavilion were also confused. "Oh!" Tu Fenghua, who was sitting at the side drinking and watching the show, also turned her head and looked at Su Yun with interest. Su Yun was alone and walked to the front of Li Xiong. A pair of eyes as calm as water looked at him and did not make any movements. "Brat, do you want to fight?" Li Xiong looked at Su Yun and saw that the token on his waist was only the outer sect token of the Su family. His eyes were immediately filled with ridicule and he laughed disdainfully. Su Yun nodded. In the next second, he made his move. His arm was empty and he used his sword technique to slash towards Li Xiong. The thick, profound spirit chi quickly turned into pure divine spirit chi and fiercely pressed down. Like the collapse of Mount Tai, the river flowed in reverse. Thousands of power suddenly exploded. The people could not even react. Li Xiong too. Dong! A muffled sound rang out. Everyone felt the air around them tremble. Before they could react, they saw Li Xiong's entire body was hammered into the ground. His body was embedded in the ground. The entire inn was cracked, and the surrounding area trembled. The people in the inn were stunned. Everyone was shocked and silent. "Your reaction is too slow. I thought your reaction speed should be fast enough." Su Yun stared at Li Xiong, who was embedded in the ground and had already fainted. He shook his head lightly and looked at the others. "Is there anyone else who wants to scold me?" Everyone had not regained their senses. They widened their eyes and stared at him blankly. The Su family was completely dumbfounded. Many of them had their mouths wide open. No one expected Su Yun to suddenly make a move, and it was so overbearing. "Don't be arrogant, bastard." Another person from Relentless Heart Pavilion rushed out. It was Chong Hei, who was wearing leather armor and wielding a broad dagger. He leaped out and immediately took out his dagger. It seemed like he wanted to let Su Yun have a good fight. The wild blade, Qi, wrapped around the dagger. With a thick and shocking force, it was about to pierce through Su Yun's shoulder blade. Su Yun continued to swing his wrist. Although his hand was empty, it was as if he was holding a sword. With a fast and strange arc, the empty fist struck towards Chong Hei's wrist. Bang! Chong Hei's wrist was in pain. His opponent's Qi had hit his meridian. His strength was cut off, and the dagger slipped from his hand. Then, Su Yun kicked his abdomen. Bang! Chong Hei smashed through the door of the inn and flew out. He rolled on the street before stopping. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Li Xiong is only a first-stage spirit intermediate disciple. He is not considered an expert here, but Chong Hei is a second-stage spirit intermediate disciple. Such an existence against Su Yun. He could not even take one move. Su Yun, what cultivation level is he at? Su Yukong muttered. The people from Relentless Heart Pavilion were even more shocked. Their eyes almost fell out of their sockets. Where did this brat come from? The Su family has such a person? Why did I see the badge on his waist? He is just an outer sect member of the Su family. The outer sect members of the Su family are already so strong. The people from Relentless Heart Pavilion asked each other. Their mouths were moving, but their eyes were fixed on that person. Clang! Just then, the sound of a chair being moved rang out. In the suddenly silent inn, it was extremely piercing to the ears. Suyin looked over to see that Tu Fenghua, who was drinking, had already stood up. The atmosphere suddenly changed. She used the back of her hand to wipe her slightly thick lips. She turned around and stared at Suyin with a pair of sharp eyes. A thick desire to fight rose. Tu Fenghua had the highest prestige among the disciples of Relentless Heart Pavilion. Although she was a female, she did things swiftly and decisively. She did things without any sloppiness. She trained hard and was strong. Everyone respected her. Of course, the most important thing was she was the daughter of the great clan elder of Relentless Heart Pavilion. Because of that, if the #1 disciple of the inner sect, Zhu Xingshi, was not around, she would be the leader of this group of disciples. Tu Fenghua's eyes were solemn. She stared at Su Yun passionately. Suddenly, her figure moved and she rushed over. Like a tigress pouncing on its prey. Her imposing manner was extraordinary. She shocked everyone. Her body suddenly exploded with wild blade chi. She actually pushed the Su family and Relentless Heart Pavilion disciples away. What imposing manner! Su Yun's eyes were also filled with passion. Today's Fallen Leaves sword technique could not be practiced by this person. Fallen Leaves sword technique had all the moves. But just knowing the moves was not enough for one sword technique. He had to practice and temper it before he could truly learn it. Tu Fenghua's fist came flying over. Although her fist was small, the force behind it was astonishing. The sound of the fist was like the roar of a ferocious tiger. But Su Yun was not afraid. He raised his fist and aimed at the fist. Then, he directly threw it over. He did not hold back at all. There was no hesitation. He released all of his chi. Huh? Tu Fenghua's eyes swelled. Looking at the incoming fist, her heart could not help but tremble. Bang! Both fists collided. Tu Fenghua's imposing manner trembled slightly. She retreated quickly. After retreating 7 to 8 steps, she finally stopped. She opened her eyes and stared at Su Yun. She stared at the floating chi on his fist. She asked in astonishment, "What kind of profound spirit chi is this?" Chapter 109. Swift Wind Spirit Chi. Su Yun said blandly. He would not reveal the pure divine spirit chi. With the Su family present, once it was revealed, the rare attribute of pure divine spirit chi would definitely attract a lot of trouble. Swift Wind Spirit Chi? Tu Fenghua frowned and snorted. An outer sect disciple, to be able to cultivate Swift Wind Spirit Chi to such a high level, you are not simple. But don't look down on me. Relentless Heart Pavilion is not a place where you can behave atrociously. Then let me see what you have up your sleeves. Su Yun extended his hand and took out Thousand Deep Sword from the sword sheath on his back. Then, he hooked his finger at her. It was obvious that he wanted her to use her weapon. Tu Fenghua did not hesitate. Her right hand swiped at her left hand. A slender, curved blade appeared. The blade's edge flashed. She waved her arm. Wild Blade Spirit Chi caused the blade's body to shine with a golden light. It was extremely dazzling. Then, she slashed in the air. 3 rays of blade Chi flew over and attacked Su Yun. Su Yun did not activate his pure divine spirit Chi to block. Instead, he moved and swayed. He forcefully passed through the middle of the blade Chi and got close to Tu Fenghua. He was fighting in close combat. This action caused the spectators to break out in cold sweat. Once they were hit by the blade Chi, with the wild blade spirit Chi's destructive power and sharpness, they were afraid that it would easily cut their bodies apart. Su Yun's action was too daring. Once he got close, Su Yun brandished his sword and slashed. The sword tip was like a falling leaf. Sometimes it was light, sometimes it was heavy. Sometimes it spun, and sometimes it pierced forward. It was as though it was dancing with the wind. That wind was the so-called swift wind spirit chi that was released from the human body. Every move, every opening and closing were erratic and without a trace. Fallen Leaves Sword Technique. The people from Relentless Heart Pavilion exclaimed. 10,000 spirit coins worth of Fallen Leaves Sword Technique from the auction house. This rascal actually used such a common sword technique to deal with Big Senior Sister. He's too despicable. He's simply looking down on Senior Sister. The people from Relentless Heart Pavilion were furious. Although Su Yun's previous methods had shocked them, but facing Su Yun's arrogant and egotistical actions, everyone was furious. This was simply looking down on them. Compared to the people of Relentless Heart Pavilion, the shock in the Su family's heart was extremely hard to express, especially Su Yukong. Previously, he wanted to make things difficult for Su Yun and suppress his arrogance. But now that he thought about it, his initial thoughts were so foolish and naive. Worthy of being the one who defeated Su Quan. I'm afraid that if that did not happen, Su Yun would already be an inner sect disciple, right? The whispers of the people beside him drifted into his ears. Su Yukong secretly swallowed his saliva, not daring to make a sound. With this kind of method, he absolutely had the qualifications to enter the inner sect. Moreover, his ranking in the inner sect would not be low. This bastard, he was actually pretending to be a pig to eat the tiger. Su Yukong's heart trembled. Suddenly, he thought of a possibility. Young Master Huang Ming wanted to kill him, so why would he save him? He was afraid that young Master Huang Ming's death was related to him. However, young Master Huang Ming's strength was not low. It was impossible for him to kill him easily. Once the two of them met the wolf pack, he would kill young Master Huang Ming. The more Su Yukong thought about it, the more he felt that it was possible. However, he had no evidence. If he were to complain, most people would not believe him, and he might even offend Su Yun. This thought could only be hidden in his heart. On the other side, Su Yun and Tu Feng, who had already fought for more than 10 rounds. The surrounding tables and chairs were all crushed by the chi released by the two of them. The boss, who was hiding behind the counter, watched with his heart bleeding. What made people pay attention was that Su Yun's attacks were fierce, but he always held back. He was not decisive. Every time the sword tip was about to hit Tu Fenghua, the speed would suddenly slow down. Every time, it would give Tu Fenghua a chance to dodge or block, causing the two of them to fight until now. The Su family watched anxiously at the side. The people of Relentless Heart Pavilion had their hearts hanging in their throats, watching nervously. Tu Fenghua was being pressured by Su Yun. The places where the curved blade attacked were all blocked by the sharp sword. Not only that, Su Yun had always been using sword techniques. He did not use any mystical techniques or chi at all. Tu Fenghua's face was filled with anger. Her eyes congealed. She stared at the lustrous, slender sword for a while, then suddenly released her wild blade chi, smashing towards the ground. Her chi exploded like a bomb. The turbulent wild blade chi was like a pair of large hands, pushing everyone away. Su Yun was also forced to retreat. His expression did not change. He took a deep breath. The Fallen Leaves sword technique had a total of 10 forms. This time, he was going to use the 9th form, returning wind sweeping leaves. Enough! Just as Su Yun was about to rush over, Tu Fenghua suddenly shouted angrily. He was startled. He stopped his technique and looked at her in astonishment. Tu Fenghua angrily threw the curved blade in her hand to the ground and shouted, "I've had enough. You bastard, you never intended to fight me properly. You're just using me to practice your techniques. Fuck, you can even see that." Su Yun was shocked. Everyone was surprised. But after listening to Tu Fenghua's words, after thinking about it, it was true. Su Yun obviously had many opportunities to defeat Tu Fenghua, but he did not make a move. Many people thought that Su Yun saw Tu Fenghua's big breasts and lusted after her beauty. Su Yun did not say a word. He glanced at her and kept his sword. "Your strength is above mine. I, Tu Fenghua, am not as good as you. I admit defeat, but don't be too proud. Although you can defeat me, you are definitely not Senior Xingshur's opponent." Tu Fenghua's anger had not subsided. Su Yun could not be bothered with her. He immediately turned and left. He originally wanted to use these people to test his sword. Now that he had achieved his goal, there was no need to stay any longer. Seeing that Su Yun was about to go upstairs without saying a word, the people from Relentless Heart Pavilion became even more furious. The disciples of the Su family, on the other hand, were extremely satisfied. Su Yun's move had helped them gain face. Previously, they were ridiculed and looked down upon by Relentless Heart Pavilion. Now it could be considered as revenge. A few of the outer sect disciples looked at Su Yun with eyes full of admiration and respect. Previously, they kept their distance from him without a trace. This brat Su Yun, when did he become so powerful? Even the inner sect disciples of Relentless Heart Pavilion could not do anything to him. So powerful. He's too powerful. I want to follow him in the future. The disciples were all discussing. The faces of the inner sect disciples were ugly. No one expected that the limelight would be snatched away by an outer sect disciple. The atmosphere was a little strange. The commotion in the inn attracted the attention of the passers-by outside. Both parties did not dare to speak at this time. Hey, I said, who's that? You left just like that. Aren't you looking down on us, Relentless Heart Pavilion disciples? Just as Su Yun was preparing to return to his room, a slightly drunk voice broke the strange silence. Su Yun looked towards the direction of the voice, only to see that the door upstairs had suddenly opened, and a burly man staggered out. The burly man's face was red. He was drunk. He grabbed onto the armrest and burped. Then, he pointed at Su Yun and shouted. Su Yun sized him up and said, "You're not in your best condition. I don't want to fight with you." Not in my best condition? Zhu Xingshir's hazy eyes suddenly widened like a copper bell. He was like a lion that had just woken up. He was not drunk at all. You look down on me? Zhu Xingshir asked. I should be the one saying that to you, right? Su Yun said, if you look down on me, then you should challenge me when you're in your best condition. Hearing that, Zhu Xingshir was instantly enraged. He pushed with both his arms, and the sturdy wooden fence immediately broke. He flew down from the second floor and directly waved his iron fists toward Su Yun. The Su family is so arrogant. Today, I will teach you how to be a man. Zhu Xingshir growled. The strength of his fists was like 1,000 caddies. The whistling wild blade, Qi, was like a knife cutting Su Yun's face. Su Yun's robe and hair fluttered. It was hard for him to stand. This power, it was at least twice as strong as Tu Fenghua. Su Yun snorted. He kept the 1,000 deep sword and raised his fist to fiercely smash forward. Bang! The two fists collided. The energy exploded and a circle of ripples spread out. The walls of the inn had many cracks. Both parties were in a complete mess. It was very embarrassing. Seeing that, the innkeeper's heart was no longer bleeding. It was as though his heart was being stabbed by a knife. It was as though the broken tables and chairs were being stabbed. With one move, the two of them retreated. Zhu Xingshir felt his arms trembling. His fists were aching. To be able to give him such a feeling, he was at least a 7th stage spirit intermediate disciple. This brat, he is obviously an outer sect disciple of the Su family. Yet, he has such abilities. He is not simple. Zhu Xingshir's eyes released a golden light. His fighting spirit soared. He wanted to use all of his strength to fight with Su Yun. Stop! Just then, a loud voice rang out. Zhu Xingshir looked up. He saw the door to the second floor open with a quang-dang. A green figure flew out and landed directly in between the two of them. The figure's movements were free and easy. It was like moving clouds and flowing water. Just this skill alone was enough to make countless people admire him. Everyone focused and saw that it was Su Guanhai. Captain Guanhai is awake? That's great. Captain Guanhai is here. The Su family cheered. Zhu Xingshir frowned. He looked unhappy. Seeing that Su Guanhai was still drunk, he said, Brother Guanhai, why are you interfering? Hurry up and go back to sleep. Let me fight with this rascal from your Su family. Fight? Su Guanhai shook his head. Senior Xingshir, tomorrow is the meat for the fish hunt. Why don't you save some energy for tomorrow? What's more, The battle between the two of you has almost destroyed the inn. If the inn is destroyed, both our sects will have to sleep on the streets. If news of this spreads, it will affect both our sects' reputations, won't it?" Hearing that, Zhu Xing sure hesitated. But after a while, his face twisted and he said angrily, "No way. This rascal is so arrogant. He actually injured so many of my junior brothers. If I don't teach him a lesson today, I won't be able to take it lying down. Rascal, follow me outside to fight." Suyin did not say a word, but the fighting intent in his eyes did not diminish. If they were to fight, why would he be afraid of Zhu Xingshi? However, Su Guanhai did not want the two of them to fight. He shook his head and said, "Senior Xingshi, how about you give me some face and let this matter rest? I, Su Guanhai, hereby apologize to your sect." Finished, he respectfully clasped his hands in front. Seeing that, Zhu Xingshi did not want to brush away Su Guanhai's face. He stared at Su Yun for a while. Then he snorted. He did not say a word and walked away. "Thank you, Senior Xingshi," Su Guanhai quickly said. Su Yun could not be bothered with these people. After informing Su Guanhai, he went up the stairs. The conflict between the two parties ended with Su Guanhai's appearance. Although it started angrily, but ended weakly, both parties felt that this was the best solution. From the punch that Su Yun threw at Zhu Xingshi, Su Yun's strength was not below Zhu Xingshi's. If they were to fight, the result would be that both sides would be injured. This would be extremely disadvantageous for tomorrow's meet for the fish hunt. Su Guanhai looked at Su Yun, who was walking towards the room. A trace of suspicion appeared between his brows, but he did not ask. He turned and left. This Su Guanhai, why is he so afraid? If Su Yun wants to fight with Zhu Xingshi, let them fight. Su Yukong spat and scolded in a low voice. I did not expect Su Yun to have such strength. I'm afraid our intersect disciples are not his match. Side. Chapter 110. Su Yun was not afraid of the Relentless Heart Pavilion. Thinking about it, the Relentless Heart Pavilion's power cannot even be compared to the Immortal Sword sect, and this was just a group of intersect disciples. What was there to be afraid of? After exchanging blows with the Relentless Heart Pavilion, he immediately returned to his room to cultivate. After dinner, he quickly walked out of his room and went to Snow Tang City's market to purchase some materials for the next day. He was alone and did not speak to the Su family disciples who came to curry favor with him, which was weird. Although it was called the fish hunt, in truth, it was just for fame. There were so many people, but they were fighting against an 8th stage spirit soul realm demonic beast. Although an 8th stage spirit soul realm cultivator was enough to wipe out countless of experts from the sects, but with so many heroes gathering, it was making a big fuss out of nothing. But if they were to participate in this operation, it would raise the prestige of their own sect. The benefits were endless. Since there were benefits, why not put on a show? Anyway, they would not be at a disadvantage. To obtain the Heavenly Scale Divine, I was not an easy task. The Heavenly Scale Fish King was an 8th stage spirit soul realm existence. Such a high-level demon beast was rare. Its entire body was filled with treasures. If any sect or family could obtain any part of its body, it would be a huge advantage. The fishes was such an important part. How difficult would it be to obtain it? Su Yun pondered, and a plan formed in his mind. Chaos. With his current cultivation, he could only take advantage of the chaos to obtain the treasures. So, how could he create chaos? If it was just a simple chaos, it would at most confuse the existence of the spirit intermediate disciple. Against a 5th stage spirit core disciple and above, it would not work. He did not know if an almighty spirit soul realm cultivator would appear. If such an existence appeared, the chances of obtaining the Heavenly Scale Divine would be very low. Su Yun pondered and shuttled through the night market. After a round, he bought some items that he could use and returned to the inn. Although it was night, the Relentless Heart Pavilion disciples were still sitting in the front hall, drinking and chatting. The Su family was nowhere to be seen, as though they were too lazy to be in the same room with them. When Su Yun passed by the front hall, all the Relentless Heart Pavilion disciples stopped talking, stopped moving, and stared at him nervously. No one dared to speak loudly, as though they were afraid that this temperamental person would make a move again. Su-yin laughed in his heart, but did not say anything and went straight to his room. As soon as he entered the room, the noise in the front hall gradually returned. Inside the room, Su-yin took out all the materials he had bought and placed them on the bed. At the same time, he took out a map of the Tai Ching Temple. The area marked on the top right corner of the map was the Tai Ching Lakeside. Snowtang City was only an hour's journey from the Tai Ching Lakeside. In between, there was a huge mountain. After going over the mountain, one could see the plains, and right in the middle of the plains was the Tai Ching Lakeside. Su-yin looked at the map for about the time it took for an incense stick to burn. After thinking for a long time, he kept the map and began to prepare the materials that he had bought. There were many types of materials, but most of them were not of high quality. Only 2 of them were extremely evil and devilish, and they were quite troublesome. One was the skull of the 9-toothed evil demon beast. The 9-toothed evil demon beast was considered a low-level demon beast in the demonic continent. It had a 4th-stage spirit core disciple cultivation and could be found in many places. However, it rarely appeared in the Sky Martial continent, so it was not easy to find. The head of the 9-toothed demonic beast came from the black market with a market price of 23,000 spirit coins. The other was the heart of the valley demon ape, which was also expensive, costing 19,000 spirit coins. The spirit coins that he had swindled from Su Huiyu previously were all spent. But if he could obtain the heavenly scale divine eye, this money was definitely worth it. The demonic chi of these 2 demonic beasts was too strong. Su-yin could only rely on the limitless sword manual to conceal their chi. Although the sword elder was unwilling and said that the demonic chi had seeped into the limitless sword manual, Su-yin could not care so much. He could only let him suffer. Next was to deal with the remaining materials. Looking at the sky, it was already dark. Although the Snowtang City had temporarily become a city that never sleeps because of the various sects and clans, it was still pitch black in the distance. Taking a deep breath, he started to get busy. Another 2 hours passed. All the materials were finally dealt with. Those that needed to be synthesized were synthesized. Those that needed to be processed were processed. In total, there were 7 pitch black balls. When the time comes, it's all up to you guys. Su-yin pinched the ball and looked at it a few times. His lips mumbled. Then he kept it in his storage ring. When everything was over, he closed his eyes and sat on the bed to rest. After an unknown period of time, knock, knock, knock. A light knocking sound came from the door. Su-yin opened his eyes and looked at the door. He was suspicious. Who will be looking for me? Thinking again and again, he got up and walked over. Voila! He opened the door. He saw a man in a green robe standing outside the door. The man's face was indifferent. His expression was like an ancient well. Seeing Su-yin, he nodded lightly. Have you rested? I haven't rested yet. Su-yin did not immediately invite Su Guanhai into the room. Instead, he asked curiously, It's so late. Why is Captain Guanhai here? I want to talk to you for a while. Su Guanhai's face revealed a faint smile. Is it convenient for me to enter? Su-yin lowered his head and pondered. After a while, he moved his body aside, and Su Guanhai walked in. After entering the house, he looked around and sniffed the air. What's that smell? He asked. The smell of my feet. Su-yin said casually and went to the table to pour a cup of tea. Hearing that, Su Guanhai immediately stopped sniffing. Su-yin passed the tea over. Thank you. Su Guanhai nodded and took a sip. Su-yin did not drink it. Instead, he walked over and laid on the bed. Using his hands as a pillow, he said, Captain Guanhai, if you have something to say, just say it. I want to rest early. After saying that, Su Guanhai was silent. After about 40 to 50 breaths of time, he said, Tonight, I'm here to ask young Master Su-yin about your talent. Talent? Su-yin was stunned for a while. Then, he laughed out loud. Ha ha ha, Captain Guanhai, are you sure? You're asking a piece of trash about talent that people pass on by word of mouth? Ha ha, you're too funny. When did you recover your talent? Not waiting for Su-yin to finish laughing, Su Guanhai suddenly asked. Su-yin's heart shrank. He stopped laughing and looked at him. His eyes wavered. He asked in a low voice, Is this important? I'm just curious. Su Guanhai said. 2 years ago. Su Yun casually made up a story. But in his heart, he was a little cautious. He seemed to have been noticed by someone. If this continued, it would affect his future actions. It seemed like he had to be more careful. Otherwise, he would be shot at. 2 years ago, Su Guanhai was stunned. He said, "How did you recover? Do you know how my talent slowly weakened?" "I don't know." "Then why do you want to know how I recovered?" Su Guanhai was silent. Su Yun's meaning was clear. "If you don't explain your purpose, why should I tell you?" He pulled the blanket over his head and called out, "Captain Guanhai, if there's nothing else, let's leave." Although we're men, two grown men in a room alone in the middle of the night, people will talk behind our backs, won't they? This world is a mess. Su Guanhai quietly looked at the tea on the table. After a while, he gently moved his lips. "To be honest, my talent has been damaged." "Oh." Su Yin lifted the blanket and looked at him puzzledly. 7 years ago, because of an accident, my spirit was severely damaged. I was dispirited and listless. I continuously drank the bitter heart flower soup for 81 days before I recovered. Even so, my talent had been damaged by at least 40%. In the past, I could be considered as an outstanding disciple of the Su family. But now, I'm no different from an ordinary person. Su Yin nodded. He understood why Su Guanhai would come here so late at night. He was a famous trash. His cultivation had not increased for 7 or 8 years. But recently, his strength had increased by leaps and bounds. How could he not attract attention? I understand, but I can't help you. Maybe you can go to Blossom Heart Valley and try. He did not understand Su Guanhai very well, so he did not dare to say it out loud. Furthermore, the damage to his talent was different from his strange illness. His prescription might not be effective. Su Guanhai laughed bitterly. I once went to Blossom Heart Valley to seek treatment, but the injuries that I suffered could only be healed by the Valley Master. Even the Pill King could not cure me. But why would the Valley Master help a small character like me? Su Yin did not say anything. Su Guanhai looked at the person on the bed. Without any reluctance, he stood up and cupped his fists. Since young Master Su Yun is powerless, then Su Guanhai can only take his leave. With that, he was about to leave. That's right. Suddenly, Su Yun called out, "What? I want to ask." Su Yun thought for a moment and asked, "Which part of the Su family are you from? Why don't I have any impression of you?" In his impression, he had never heard of Su Guanhai. After all, he had been in the inner sect, but he had never heard of this person. After Su Guanhai heard this, he was startled. Then, he revealed a gentle smile. "I am a descendant of the Su family. I only returned to the Su family a few years ago. It is natural that young Master Su Yun does not have any impression of me." "Oh." Su Yun did not say anything, but the doubts in his heart were still unresolved. Su Guanhai did not say anything more. He turned around and left. After Su Guanhai left, Su Yun did not feel sleepy. He was too lazy to think about Su Guanhai. He sat on the bed and began to circulate his profound spirit qi. Once this mission was completed, he would explore the limitless sword sheath again. After thinking about it, Su Yun became even more focused. For hours later, it was already past midnight. Su Yun immediately got up and wore a white robe. He carried the death sword on his back and wore the sword sheath properly. He took off the Su family disciple badge from his waist and checked the materials in his storage ring. Then he rushed out. The disciples of the Relentless Heart Pavilion had just finished drinking and returned to their rooms to sleep. Only the waiter was left to clean up the mess. The damage from the fight during the day was still there. However, the Su family and the Relentless Heart Pavilion had compensated the shopkeeper for his losses. So much so that the shopkeeper was still willing to entertain the guests. Dear guest, it's late at night. Do you still want to go out?" The waiter asked, puzzled. But Su Yun did not say anything and left quickly. After leaving the inn, Su Yun took the spirit stallion that he bought with the materials at night and ran straight out of the city. Because a large number of sects were stationed here, the Snow Tang city did not close its gates at night. It was extremely convenient to leave the city. Following the map, he rushed all the way. After an hour, he arrived at the plains beside Taiching Lake. Gusts of light wind blew over, swirling his robe and hair. Su-Yin stared at the gigantic, mirror-like lake. A trace of sharpness flashed past his eyes. Chapter 111. Taiching Lakeside was huge. The opposite side was close to the mountain range, while this side was a plain. There were many rocks around the lakeside, and the soil was soft. Late at night, the moonlight shone on the lake, causing the lake to sparkle. It was gorgeous and beautiful, just that the lake occasionally had ripples, and it was not peaceful. Su-Yin did not dare to get too close to the lakeside. There was a strong existence living at the bottom of the lakeside. And because of this strong existence, it caused the qi around Taiching Lakeside to be extremely dense. Spirit intermediate disciple cultivators would feel uncomfortable if they went near, as though they were about to be torn apart. He stopped at a distance of 1 mile from Taiching Lakeside. He took out a map and calculated the distance. Then he walked closer. The meet for the fish hunt would be held at noon tomorrow. In the middle of the night, no one would come. With the help of the moonlight, Su-Yin found the predicted location and took out the 7 smoke bombs that emitted demonic qi from his storage ring. Su-Yin's absolute arts were many and varied, but there were 2 that were the most refined. 1. Medical techniques. 2. Demonic mystical techniques. Medical techniques originated from Blossom Heart Valley. Most of them were used to cure illnesses and save people. He did not research much into Blossom Heart Valley's poison techniques. Initially, he racked his brains to enter Blossom Heart Valley. His motive was to use Blossom Heart Valley's powerful medical techniques to solve the strange phenomenon of his talent diminishing, but to no avail. After that, it was the demonic mystical techniques. When he entered the demonic path, Su-Yin mustered up a lot of courage. Because he knew, once he entered the demonic path, he was no longer human, and there was no turning back. Because of this, he thirsted for power and crazily pursued the power of the demonic sect. But no matter how profound the demonic mystical techniques were, they could not give him any power until that prescription appeared. He suddenly felt lucky. If he did not choose to ambush the leader of the immortal path, but chose to bear with it and use the prescription to cure his illness, maybe he would not have the chance to start all over again. Maybe after an incense's time, the black beads were all buried in the soil, and a simple demonic mist array was laid out. Great, now I just need to combine the 2 things, and I'm ready. Su-Yin thought, and looked towards Taiching Lakeside. The heavenly scalefish king was no match, and would definitely escape into the water, which also meant that the heavenly scalefish king would eventually die in Taiching Lakeside. So, this thing had to be placed at the bottom of the lake. However, at this moment, there was the heavenly scale fish king at the bottom of the lake. If he were to enter the water, wouldn't he be seeking his own death? Furthermore, that dense qi was not something he could contend against, and there was no way he could get close to it. Su-Yin thought about it and immediately became vexed. Everything was ready, but they were stuck here. It really made one feel helpless. He looked up at the dark night sky, his eyes filled with complex emotions. Chirp! At this moment, a shooting star streaked across the pitch-black night sky. Su-Yin was startled. He anxiously stood up, and an idea flashed past his mind. You could try if you're not allowed. He took a deep breath and looked around. He found a boulder about 1 meter tall and 2 meters in diameter. He ran over, pressed his hands on the boulder, and exerted strength. Crack! The boulder was lifted. Su-Yin held his breath and stared at the lake in the distance. He growled and activated his pure divine spirit qi. He ran forward for a few steps and then fiercely threw himself towards the lake. Whoosh! The boulder was pushed by the pure divine spirit qi. Like a meteor streaking across the blue dome of heaven, it flew straight. When it neared the lakeside, it started to fall and finally landed at the edge of the lakeside, about 10 meters away from the lake. Seeing this, Su-Yin was overjoyed. This qi was only effective against people and did not have any resistance against objects. Heaven is really helping me. After holding his breath, he threw the boulder a mile away. If he was a little lighter, he would have thrown it into the lake. He looked left and right and found a boulder that was smaller than the previous boulder. Then he pulled out the 1,000 deep sword and dug a hole in the middle of the boulder. After that, he took out the hearts of the nine-teethed demonic beast and valley devil ape. Of course, the two of them were wrapped in the limitless sword manual. If not, the demonic chi would leak out and attract the attention of the heavenly scale fish king. Rascal, you finally want to take these two things away. This old man is about to be suffocated to death by this demonic chi. The sword elder's voice came out from the sword manual. Hearing this, Su Yun laughed. Senior, this junior has no intention of taking them away. What? You still want me to endure this rotten stench? The sword elder was stunned. Senior, please help me. I will definitely revive the limitless sword sect. Stop bullshitting. This old man doesn't believe you. You have to take it away. This is impossible. This is the last step. If Senior is willing to help me, I can obtain the heavenly scale divine, and my power will increase greatly. Su Yun said, the last step? The sword elder did not understand. Su Yun nodded. Senior only needs to stay with them for a short period of time. Just a short period of time? All right. The sword elder heaved a sigh of relief and agreed. Thank you, Senior. This junior will definitely repay you in the future. Su Yun hurriedly said. With that, he wrapped the two items in the limitless sword manual and hurriedly stuffed them into the hole in the boulder. After a while, the skull and heart entered the boulder. The limitless sword manual wrapped them up and resisted the demonic chi. Then, Su Yun took out the thousand-deep sword and carved a simple array on the surface of the boulder. Then, he dripped a bit of blazing devil blood. When the blazing devil blood and the demonic chi came into contact, it would explode. Although the power was not strong, it was enough to shatter the boulder. At that time, it all depended on this blood. Everything was ready. Su Yun hugged the boulder and started accumulating chi. Hey, that's right. How long is a short period of time? Just then, the sword elder's voice came out from the boulder. The fastest. Tomorrow afternoon. What? The slowest. Depends on how long the heavenly scale fish king can last. With that, Su Yun started running. Damn it, bastard, you brat, you tricked me. Hurry up and take these things away. Hurry. The sword elder's angry roar came out from the boulder. Senior, I will definitely make it up to you. Su Yun called out. Then, he used all his strength and threw the boulder out. Shio plop. The boulder fell into the lake and created ripples. The next day, in front of the Hao family inn, which had been destroyed beyond recognition, the Su family disciples walked out of the inn and gathered outside. The people from the Relentless Heart Pavilion had left early. It was hard to imagine that this bunch of drunkards would drink so late, yet they could still wake up so early. This made the Su family feel ashamed. Su Guanhai and the inner sect disciples stood at the front of the group. Their gazes swept across the crowd. Su Guanhai's expression was indifferent. He did not have much prestige, but no one dared to act rashly in front of him. Although he lost to Zhu Xingshi, his strength and bearing had convinced everyone present. Even Su Yukong and the other inner sect disciples were more well-behaved. Everyone was present. Su Guanhai paused for a while and then spoke. The various sects in Snowtang City and Taiching Temple have already set off towards Taiching Lakeside. We will set off in an instant's time. We will reach our destination at around 9 o'clock. You must remember, when we reach our destination, there will be a gathering of experts. We cannot act rashly and wait patiently. When the experts have lured the heavenly scale fish king out, we will help to kill it. Do not cause trouble. Do not make a ruckus. You must honor the Su family. Do not lose the Su family's reputation. Do you understand? Yes. Everyone exclaimed. Good. Su Guanhai nodded. Everyone get ready. We will set off immediately. After an instant's time, the group headed towards the outskirts of Snowtang City. Along the way, they saw many experts from other sections. It had to be said that the people sent by the Su family this time were rather shabby. The other sects had at least the existence of Spirit Intermediate Disciple. Spirit Core Disciple cultivators could be found everywhere. There were even a few whose cultivation level could not be seen. Their strength was enough to make people tremble. Like the Su family, where there were Spirit Novice Disciples mixed in, it was really rare. It seemed like it was their first time fighting with a spirit soul disciple demonic beast. Although the Sioux family was just here to be bystanders, everyone was extremely excited. After all, when they walked out in the future, they could brag in front of others. I even killed a spirit soul disciple demonic beast. Suyin still walked at the back of the group. He did not say a word. He did not make a sound. Su Wanhai looked at him. He did not say a word and led the group forward. Along the way, the various sects came into view. Exuding Fire Sect, Stellar Sun Mountain, Smoky Wind Valley, 3 Items Deity Palace, Wangjia Village. Even people from Blossom Heart Valley and Immortal Sword Sect came. It could be said that this fish meet was unprecedentedly grand. Although the Heavenly Scale Fish King was powerful, but looking at it now, it was already a dead fish. Isn't this Master Su? Just at this moment, a voice rang out. The Su family turned their heads to look. Master Su? Everyone here had the surname Su. Who knew who this voice was calling? Only to see a white-haired old man leading a group of men and women in emerald green robes walking over. People from Blossom Heart Valley. Everyone's eyes lit up. It's Master Guamo Ju from Blossom Heart Valley. Upon seeing that, Su Yukong immediately got down from his spirit stallion. He rushed over and bowed to Guamo Ju. My father was ill, and it was Master Guamo Ju who helped him. I did not expect to meet Master Guamo Ju here. It's really my fortune. Guamo Ju looked at Su Yukong strangely and asked, You are? I am Su Yukong? Su Yukong? Guamo Ju was still confused. He laughed bitterly. I have treated countless people in my life. I really cannot remember the name of the patient. Please forgive me. Oh, Su Yukong did not say anything. Su Guanhai did not make a sound. He stared at Guamo Ju to see who he was looking for. Guamo Ju hurriedly walked to the back of the group. He ran to the person who was riding on the spirit stallion. He was dressed in white robes. He was still thinking about something with his head lowered. Following the horse, he cupped his fists and bowed. Master Su Yun, Guamo Ju greets you here. This action made all the Su family's eyes pop out. The great master of Blossom Heart Valley, Guamo Ju, who was known as the Ghost Hand Miracle Doctor, was actually so polite to an outer sect disciple of the Su family? How is that possible? Even the disciples of Blossom Heart Valley were shocked. Only a few people who had seen Su Yun before were not surprised. A young man who was praised by the Pill King. How could they not admire him? Then, Guamo Ju's greeting did not receive a reply from that person. He was still thinking about something with his head lowered. It was as if he did not notice the person beside him. Su Yun. Su Guanhai could not help but call out. Su Yun did not understand. He raised his head to look at him, only to see Su Guanhai continuously winking at him. Su Yun was startled. He turned his head to look, only to see an old man with white hair and a white robe, who had the demeanor of an immortal, smiling at him. Su Yun did not react in time. Seeing that the old man looked familiar, he did not think much and asked, Who are you? Chapter 112. What freak? Guamo Ju was already bowing and scraping to talk to you, and you actually don't even know who he is? Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. The disciples of Blossom Heart Valley looked at Su Yun with an unkind gaze. This person is truly despicable. Guamo Ju was known as the Ghost Hand Miracle Doctor. In the hearts of the disciples of Blossom Heart Valley, he was an extremely important person. But today, this white-robed young lad riding on a spirit stallion was actually so rude. How could they not be angry? But before the disciples of Blossom Heart Valley could react, that person suddenly slapped his head and said, Oh, you are that Guamo Ju? Blossom Heart Valley disciples, Su family members, Guamo Ju smiled respectfully and said without anger, That's me. Oh, I did not expect to meet you here. Su Yun collected his thoughts and said, Why? Are you all here to participate in this fish meet? How is the Pill King? Thanks to young master, the Pill King is fine. As for this fish meat, the Heavenly Scale Fish King has committed many evils and killed many innocent people. My valley could not bear it, and sent me and the outstanding disciples of the valley to come and save the dying and heal the injured, to help the commoners who were harmed by the Heavenly Scale Fish King. At the same time, we can also help the heroes to get rid of the main culprit, the heavenly scale Fish King. Guaimoju laughed. His expression and actions were polite, but did not make people feel inferior. Suyin was also embarrassed to keep riding on the spirit stallion, so he flipped down and chatted with Guaimoju. Seeing Suyin and Guaimoju's good relationship, the Su family was surprised. I did not expect Suyin to actually mingle with the people of Blossom Heart Valley. The people at the side muttered. Su Yukong's eyes were filled with anger and jealousy. He stared at Su Yun and snorted, then shifted his gaze away. No wonder Su Yun used to be called trash, but now his cultivation has increased so much. Turns out he received treatment from the people of Blossom Heart Valley. Treatment? Yes, think about it. He used to be an outstanding genius. Why did he suddenly lose his talent? No matter how hard he trained, he could not improve his cultivation. I guess he must have suffered some kind of injury. And in this period of time, his cultivation suddenly increased. I'm afraid the people of Blossom Heart Valley helped him recover from his internal injuries, and his talent recovered. His cultivation increased. It's highly possible. The disciples of the Su family were in a heated discussion. Su Yun's ears moved slightly. He also heard these words. He secretly heaved a sigh of relief. His heart also relaxed a little. If it was in the past, it would be troublesome for the Su family to know the people from Blossom Heart Valley. But it was different now. Guaimoju's appearance had explained the reason for his improvement in cultivation. He believed that even if this matter were to spread to the main house, no one would suspect anything. At least, no one would pay attention to the existence of the limitless sword arts. While chatting with Guaimoju, they unknowingly arrived at Taiching Lake. Stepping on the soft soil, a gentle breeze blew over, and bursts of refreshing fragrance filled the air. Su Yin heaved a sigh of relief and looked over. However, he saw that the entire Taiching Lake was already crowded with people. A rough calculation, there were at least 3,000 to 4,000 people. People from various sects and clans gathered together in groups of 2s and 3s. The largest number was close to 100, and the smallest number was at least 20. Exuding Fire Sect, Stellar Sun Mountain, Smoky Wind Valley, 3 Items Deity Palace, Wangjia Village, Relentless Heart Pavilion, Blossom Heart Valley, Immortal Sword Sect, big and small, most of the powerhouses from the southern region were present. The scene was bustling with noise and excitement. The only thing lacking was that all the disciples were present. There were not many true experts present. So many people. I never thought that there would be so many tyrants in this meet for the fish hunt. The people from Taiching Monastery really have some face. The disciples of the Su family sighed. Everyone's gaze swept across, only to see that right above the vast Taiching Lake, there was a gigantic, exquisite pagoda hovering in the air. The pagoda released circle after circle of golden light auras, enveloping the entire lakeside. The thick, profound spirit chi mixed with the wind hit everyone's face. This is the subduing demon pagoda, Guaimoju exclaimed. 3 Items Deity Palace's chief instructor Dianhong's treasure? Su Yin asked. That's right. Guaimoju nodded his head. Dianhong used the subduing demon pagoda to seal the entire lakeside, to prevent the heavenly scale Fish King from escaping. With so many tyrants gathered here, the Fish King is already trembling in fear. Why isn't it thinking of escaping? With the suppression of this treasure, the entire Taiching Lake is sealed. It won't be easy for the Fish King to escape. Why doesn't the Almighty take action directly and kill the Fish King? Just then, a disciple of Blossom Heart Valley suddenly asked. Kill. Guaimoju shook his head. The heavenly scale Fish King is after all an 8th-stage spirit soul cultivator. To be honest, other than the few spirit soul cultivators, the others will not be able to hurt at all. Don't think that there are so many people here. Actually, there aren't many who can fight with the heavenly scale Fish King. Dianhong's treasure is being suppressed, but if you want him to fight with the heavenly scale Fish King, I reckon he will most likely be defeated. The Fish King is that strong? The disciple was shocked. What do you think? If not, Why would a sect like Tai Ching Temple be helpless against it? Why would they have to seek help from the heroes under the heavens? Guamo Ju shook his head and laughed bitterly. Suyin did not say anything. When they reached the lakeside, all the sects and clans had to set up their positions and bid farewell to the people of Blossom Heart Valley. Suyin rode his horse to the back of the group, but the Su family members kept glancing at him, their eyes filled with respect. His strength was unfathomable, and he was treated with respect by Guamo Ju, the ghost hand miracle doctor of Blossom Heart Valley. Such a person who would dare to call him trash. But the people only watched for a moment, then shifted their gaze, because in this tranquil Tai Ching lake, there was suddenly a burst of monstrous waves. Following that, they saw a huge and sturdy body, covered with golden scales, rushing out of the lake, fiercely slapping the subduing demon pagoda that was suspended in the air. Dong! An intense explosion sounded out, and the profound spirit chi rushed out like lightning, hitting the golden chi barrier released by the subduing demon pagoda. The golden chi barrier trembled crazily, and cracks appeared. Looking at the signs, the heavenly scale fish king was about to break out of the barrier. The people who were closer to the lakeside were shocked and retreated a few steps. The sea of people at the scene was rather chaotic. Dian Hong, who was standing by the lakeside, supporting the subduing demon pagoda, was a little pale. He pinched one hand and pointed at the pagoda. His entire body's profound spirit chi was continuously channeled into it, stabilizing the subduing demon pagoda. The experts of Stellar Sun Mountain and Smoky Wind Valley saw this, and immediately took action, helping Jian Hong, channeling profound spirit chi into the subduing demon pagoda, stabilizing the golden barrier and suppressing the heavenly scale fish king. Human, you can't trap me. Wait till I kill all of you. Kill all of you. Then I'll turn all of you into my food. Up. The heavenly scale fish king let out an angry roar. The roar rippled like thunder. The ground shook gently, as if the fish king had used some mystical technique, and the ground started to crack. Demon, don't you dare be savage. At this time, a shout came out. A group of people flew over from the top of the mountain from afar. Looking carefully, this group of people were all in light blue Taoist robes, with a Taoist hat on their heads. The men and women were all holding onto a horsetail whisk, and on their chest, there was a big Tai Chi pattern. They were the people from Tai Ching Temple, and the person in the lead looked slightly inexperienced, with straight eyebrows, pale skin, and a mole at the corner of his eye. He was about 25 or 26 years old, and he was the current temple master of Tai Ching Temple, Tai Shang Toa. He held onto the horsetail whisk, flew over quickly, and landed by the lakeside. With a wave of the horsetail whisk, he shot a circle of profound spirit chi towards the gigantic golden barrier. The subduing demon pagoda flashed a trace of gold aura and released its power. The power of the suppression suddenly increased by more than a few times. Taishan Tuol was a second-stage spirit soul disciple. Although he was not strong and could not defeat the heavenly scale fish king, but with so many powerful people helping him, he was not afraid at all. With the help of Taishan Tuol, the heavenly scale fish king was immediately suppressed, and Dian Hong and the rest heaved a sigh of relief. Very quickly, Tai Ching Lake regained its tranquility. The heavenly scale fish king seemed to have dived into the bottom of the lake and did not cause any more waves. Seeing that, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. I never thought that this guy would be so strong. He is, after all, an 8th-stage spirit soul disciple, and we can't compare to him. That attack just now, if it had hit the crowd, who knows how many of our friends would have their souls scattered. Luckily, Master Dian Hong had foresight and temporarily sealed Tai Ching Lake. If not, we would have suffered. All the disciples from different sects started discussing. Let's not waste time, let's start now. A clear voice resonated, breaking the buzzing of the crowd. The crowd immediately quietened down. All they could see was a ray of red light flying in the air, floating in the air. Everyone looked up. In the air, a man with red smoke all over his body appeared. This person's aura was powerful, boundless, and domineering. It was extremely shocking especially his appearance. He wore a thick red armor, had a head full of fiery red hair and sideburns. He had copper bell-sized eyes and a fierce-looking head. He was extremely boorish. Who was this man? Many of the new disciples were puzzled. Taishang Ta'o from Tai Ching Monastery spoke. This is the 7th clan elder from Exuding Fire sect, Hurong. His cultivation is high. With him, the heavenly scalefish king will definitely be destroyed. Clan elder. All the other sects were stunned. They never thought that the Exuding Fire sect would even invite an elder. The Su family heaved a sigh of relief. Su Guanhai spoke. Since the Exuding Fire sect has even sent an elder, then there's nothing for us to do. When a battle starts, all of you do not have to fight. Just assist in the battle. Remember, protect your life first. Yes, sir, the Su family shouted. The other sects also started to make arrangements. Hurong, who was at the top, stared at the people below. His voice was like thunder. Fellow cultivators from the other sects, Hurong, will go down later and drag the Fish King out of the water. Everyone will work together to kill it. There's no battle plan. I think with so many people, there's no need for any battle plan. This kind of little bastard will not live long. Now everyone get ready. Hurong, I'm going down. Clan Elder Hu, please do it. The people below, all the sects shouted. With someone standing up for them, why would they not be happy? Hence, all the sects agreed happily. Good. Hurong nodded, held his breath, stared at the huge lake below, and then dived down, crashing straight down. When Dian Hong saw this, he immediately removed the subduing demon pagoda. The golden barrier that enveloped Tai Ching Lakeside immediately disappeared. Plop! Hurong was like a red shooting star, directly crashing into Tai Ching Lakeside. In a moment, the calm lake suddenly became turbulent, and layers of huge waves crashed one after another. Everyone took out their weapons and were ready for battle. You're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.